Broadcasting live from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All studios at the Avenue. This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Also sponsored by American Family Insurance and Coors Light.
What's today, Wednesday? Wednesday edition. I'm having so much fun on this program, I'm losing track of the days edition. The Tausch missing the old days, I see or hear edition. The Jesse's at home with Mo. I think he's still coming in for lunch. So Alex Strofe is our cousin of the day edition. The final open to fans practice of training camp edition. And what is the hottest you've ever been? And I'm not talking like sex appeal. I'm talking temperature edition. Of Wilde and Tausch. 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee, 100.5 ESPN Madison, 1430 ESPN Beaver Dam. ESPNWisconsin.com, the ESPN app, your Alexa smart speaker. Of course, live video streaming on Twitter, Facebook, and I think YouTube. And, of course, everything you need on WisconsinOnDemand.com and the Wisconsin On Demand app. I'm Jason Wilde in Green Bay. They moved up practice. It's going to be so hot, which means I get to do the show one more time for practice. Alex Strofe, the aforementioned Strophe, is in the Everlight Solar ESPN Madison studios, more than capably filling in for Jesse, who's on puppy duty. Strofe, good morning. Thanks for stepping in.
Good morning, Jason. Happy to be here.
I know you are. And speaking of being here, also in the Everlight Solar.
That was a lot of fake laughter by Strofe.
That wasn't fake laughter. It was more, I don't know how thrilled I am to be here, given the
circumstances. No, you're not thrilled to be here.
No,
I always appreciate hanging out with you guys.
Sure. But you'd rather be somewhere else or come strolling in at 11 o'clock.
Thus, as I do, right? But, yeah, just the whole I'm watching my puppy on Wednesdays thing starting to get to me. And now coming in for a free lunch.
I think this is the last one.
I think we got one more left.
No, it's August. I think he's done. Is there another week?
There's another Wednesday still in
August. There is. Next Wednesday.
Boy. Okay.
And let's not kid ourselves. This could very well be extended into September. Think about who we're talking about here. That voice you hear, and also in the Everlight Solar ESPN Madison studios, belongs to the Packers Hall of Famer, who is always coming in hot. He is Mark Tauscher. Tausch, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. So I'm going to sprinkle a little bit in again. I'm going to sprinkle a little bit before we do Hard Knocks and everything else. I got annoyed last night again.
No.
Well, so we're finally, I think, settling back in. We got back from Door County. We've had a nice summer, but it's starting to get school. We got school starts next week. So last night we all got done, dinner, decompressed a little bit, and we were going to watch a movie. And it's always tricky. You're in that same kind of range right now with your kids, where you're not quite there to be playing. I mean, I would watch
Wedding Crashers.
Crashers is not available, but we're like, all right, let's watch a movie. And I said, you know what? I love going back because the kids got a big kick out of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Forrest Gump, Max enjoyed it. Eleanor did not. So I thought, let's do 16 Candles. Molly Ringwald. There's some stuff there, but I'm kind of over this because your kids are out in society now. Things are hairy. Like, it's not like Eleanor doesn't know that there's an F word. Like, she knows, and she laughs.
Right,
she knows
mean she needs to hear it.
As a matter of fact, she said last night, I've heard it because there's, I don't know if it was in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, but she said, oh, that was so funny when that guy kept dropping F-bombs. And I said, oh, I know you heard it. She said, but I never say it. And I said, I don't know if that's good parenting. I'm glad she doesn't say it. She's going to hear it. Just like Max heard it on a school bus. It's going to happen. So I'm not going to sit there and, pause. And I don't know if 16 Candles, I think it's PG-13, but old day PG-13 ain't today's PG-13. Yeah, PG-13 back in the old days which doesn't make a lot of sense. A lot friskier than PG-13 today. Like, a lot friskier. So I go, and I say, all right, so I go, and we got every app you could shake a stick at. You got Peacock. You got Disney. You got Netflix.
Max.
And yeah, Max, not even HBO Max. So I'm thinking, all right, well, we'll be able to watch 16 Candles. Somebody is putting that on their streaming service. Go to Apple, $4. All right, what am I paying the $10 or whatever it is for Apple? What am I paying for? Mm-hmm. Okay, Netflix, paying like $15. Nope, got to pay, or it's not available. Hulu, which is supposed to be free. I mean, Hulu's got commercials. Nope. And it made me wonder, and I asked Sarah this, I said, do you think people are longing for the days of just cable bundles and just being able to go and boom, boom, boom? And she said, you sound older every day. You sound like the old man yelling at the cloud. But then she also said, yes, it would be a lot simpler. So this whole concept, we all remember, oh, this cable, I don't watch Lifetime. Why am I paying for this? Why am I doing blah, 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 blah? Well, here we go. Now you're paying for cable. Some of us, I think ages 35 plus, are probably still paying for cable. Yep. Mm-hmm. And you're paying for all the apps. And now it's still pay-per-view mode for everything. Something I want to watch, I'm still going to be paying $4 to watch it. What are we doing? And again, I'm not going to go back into the airplane and the crap movies that are getting put out. But
Oppenheimer. I can't get Oppenheimer.
Can someone tell me, is it better? Is it better now? Is it?
So my question for you, though...
Well, can you answer before you ask me a question?
No, it's not better. I've agreed with you. Like, this is not the first time this rant has occurred on this program, first of all.
Well, I wanted a peaceful hour, 25-minute, quick 16 Candles. Eleanor and Max would have died. I think there were some moments that I think would have been hilariously funny. And instead, they're pushing Pretty in Pink at me. Because you put that on there, oh, Pretty in Pink, you can rent that for fun. I don't want Pretty in Pink. Oh, it's 16 Candles.
Yeah. Sure. No, I understand. So, my question for you, though, is this. Let's pretend that streaming did not exist.
I'd watch Shawshank Redemption 700 times because it would be on Lifetime or whatever channel.
This is what I'm saying. You would have still had to pay to rent 16 Candles
but I wouldn't have,
on your cable.
I wouldn't have $250 worth of apps that I'm supposed to be on demand whenever I want, whenever I want.
Right.
That's not the case. So I feel like everybody that hated the cable bundle was sold a false set of goods. That's what I feel like.
A bill of goods. Yeah.
We all knew it was coming, and it's here, and it was, it's so nice. I only got $3 for Netflix, and I get to watch it whenever I want, wherever I want. You know what? No, you don't.
$3? Wow.
Well, Netflix used to be $3 or $4. Now it's, going to end up being... The ironic part of this whole thing is we're going to end up paying a bunch more, and we're still going to have to buy the stuff that we really want. So it is what it is. Hey, just sit back and take it. Because there ain't nothing I'm going to do about it. I know that.
So the problem, there's a couple problems here. One, I think I have Peacock and Hulu, the free versions, which you don't get anything with that. Like, I don't even know why I signed up for those. Like, I don't think when that Badgers game, I'll be listening to you on the radio, buddy, because when it's on Peacock, I don't think I'm going to get it. There's a game, I think, in October that's on Peacock. Also, there's a new thing that they've started called, I think, Vudu, V-U-D-U.
Pluto.
Where it comes.
There's a Pluto, too, that we looked. I thought we could get it on Pluto last night.
There's a Tubi.
We looked at Uranus, and Saturn didn't have it.
You just wanted to say Uranus.
I did. Jupiter. Venus.
Yes, the world's champions. But there's ones now that you can sign up for the streaming service, and they include commercials. So
we've been sold a bill of goods, is what happened.
Had you found 16 Candles on one of these streaming services that then have commercials sprinkled in, that would have solved your problem?
I don't know.
Which, by the way, that's called cable.
I don't know if we would have done that because I think we had like a limited window of time. We're still kind of battling the jet lag issues. So I don't know if I wanted to just sit back.
So you canceled the movie completely?
No, we ended up watching. We ended up watching Julia Stiles' 10 Things I Hate About You, which is really good. That was a little more inappropriate for Eleanor than I would have liked, but that's what we ended up settling on because we finally were like, the hell with it. It's here. Let's click on it.
Okay, and the kids didn't enjoy?
Almost like if I'm strolling through cable and I see it on entertainment TV, I'm like, all right, it's here. Okay, we'll watch it. So we're paying double or triple what we used to, and we're still doing the same things that we did back when we only had 25 channels.
Okay, so again, this is the Tausch rule. Tausch doesn't just complain. Tausch solves problems.
Yes, I want Charter.
What are you doing?
Or Spectrum or whomever your cable service is to figure out a way to get an all-inclusive package. I can watch whatever I want, whenever I want with Netflix, and they're going to be paying. It's just like ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU, all of the ESPNs would get a carriage fee. Mm-hmm. You get to go and say, all right, I am going to pick. I want Netflix. I'm not going to go Disney. I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do Disney. I'm not going to do this. I get to. We always
a la carte.
A la carte is what we've always wanted. I want the cable company that's already got the infrastructure in place and your internet to bring that to the table and say, just like you go in and when you build your own burger, I want to build your own cable. I want to build your own package, and it's, all right, I check this off, I'm going to check this off, yep. And you know what? Then I don't feel bad if I'm paying, let's say I'm paying $100 a month for all my stuff. And it's ESPN, ESPN2. I would have to go Bravo. There's a couple other channels that I would pick. Yeah, for Below Deck exclusively.
Okay, gotcha.
I wouldn't pick. I got rid of all the news stuff. I don't watch any of that. That's Twitter. And I would just go boom, boom. So, okay, it's $5 for ESPN. It's $12 for Netflix. Yep. And then I don't feel bad if I'm paying $4 for a 16 Candles Tuesday night. That's the plan. That's what needs to happen. The merging, there's going to be another monster disruption in this space, and I think that's the way it should go.
So, wait, the problem solver that you are has announced that you would like the cable companies to solve this for you.
No. I just told you what has to happen.
But do you think they're going to go back in time and do that?
The cable bundle is falling apart. We see it. So they're either going to get strung out.
Adapt or die.
They're going to get strung out and die, or they're going to have to say, we have to figure out how we can work with the Netflixes and the Disneys of the world. So, and you start looking at the other places, a lot of those apps, they're starting to dwindle. Maybe it's like LIV Golf and the PGA Tour.
Oh, the merge,
have fought for so long. Let's figure out how to combine forces and be stronger coming out of it and give. Because what we've learned, we as a consumer in our generation, Jason, we took what they gave us. Oh, okay, I'll watch Shawshank for the 500th time. Strophe and our young folks here have said, no, I'm going to pick and choose. I'm going to do this. I'll find my way. I'll do some bootleg stuff. I'll do this. And they have adapted to do this. So now it's time to make the big adaptation.
The big adaptation.
The big adaptation is what it's going to be called.
All right. So do you think that there are lots of other cord-cutting type people who are listening to you going, oh, my God, Sarah's right. He is an old man.
I think everybody 30 and younger are like, they don't watch TV. They stream, and it's like, whatever. I don't care.
Well, we've got
whatever you give me. Now, granted, it's still going to be Netflix puts this up on the top of my queue. Oh, okay, I'll just do that. They don't care. They don't have the history to watch some of the old stuff that you want. They don't care about all that. We still have the idea of appointment television in our head. They've never had it because they didn't have to deal with it.
Strofe, you're the young person on the panel. Younger than Jesse.
You might be older than Jesse, though, when it comes to like how he lives. Is that fair? I think so.
I think that's fair.
He sleeps all day. Yep, that's why he's mad he's here. All right, what do you got?
Me?
Wait a minute, but we tease Jesse for being 33 going on 50.
Yeah.
Just because he gets up early doesn't mean he lives
fair.
A younger lifestyle.
Yeah, but Strophy's not out. Like Strophy's not out clubbing. Strophy's out streaming at 9 at night, right? You're not out clubbing, are you?
Just depends on the day, Tausch. Not last night.
I don't sense you're a big club guy.
Not a
great
huge
hat,
club
by
guy.
the way. I gotta get me one.
All right, what do you got? I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
you.
you're okay. So, Tausch, I guess I feel like you just described cable from 20 years ago, right? Like I remember having, I think, what is a Dish Network? Was that a thing? And you had like the pick and choose your packages, right? So we had the sports package with the NFL Network and the MLB Network. The only difference is you're just adding Netflix and Hulu to these packages. So aren't we just doing cable all over again? Isn't that what you're just describing?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's a personalized cable.
Isn't that already how cable works?
What are your viewing habits? That's what I want to know from you.
The only thing I watch live is sports. And I feel like that is most people in 2023, right? Like, I don't watch a lot of the news. Maybe I'll have it on after Sunday Night Football, but I don't watch a ton of the news. I watch Sports Center with SVP sometimes. Other than that, I don't watch live TV.
What do you watch when you want? So how do you watch a movie?
That's Netflix or Hulu.
And whatever they give you. You're not
and you take whatever they give you like you're an old man like us.
Yeah. I'm
back in the 90s.
Yeah, exactly. I'll watch whatever they got. Otherwise, I'll walk to the movie theater I live behind. But.
So you will never buy a cable bundle?
No.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
Unless that is necessary in order for me to watch football.
Exactly. That's why I think it's time for the merge, the big adaptation. That's what I think.
The big adaptation may be the worst nickname for an NBA player or an NFL player I've ever heard. All right. Well, I don't know if this adaptation is going to happen. I know one company that adapts and improves and makes sure that you're never complaining about them like Tausch is complaining about Netflix right now, and that is Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Indeed it is. And let's talk a little bit about birds and the bees, not the birds and the bees.
You learned about that on 16 Candles, too.
Well, I won't know because we didn't watch. But let's talk about nature. We want to keep all of that nature. We want to keep lizards. You don't want wasps. You don't want all that stuff in your house, right? Well, the 250 series from Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, that include exclusive hidden screens, which can stay inside the window while you're not using it. And if you bundle it up and save, just like the big adaptation, 250 series patio door and 8 double hung windows with exclusive hidden screens. You can pay as low as $188 a month. Now that's a good deal. Visit PellaWI.com today to learn more.
Tausch has made his position very clear. I don't feel like the big adaptation is catchy, but that doesn't sound like a solution to me that you're actually
what do you
hoping
have?
make happen.
Don't just sit there and critique media, dude. What's your solution?
I'm not known for being the big solution.
What are you known for?
That's a great question that I don't want to dive into. I am known for going to practice, which is occurring at 11 a.m. today. Matt LaFleur has moved that up an hour, so I'll get to be there for one last show from practice, as today is the last open to the public practice for the Packers for 2023. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about where our poll ended up on Jordan Love and the hype train. And we'll talk about some of the position battles that Matt LaFleur says are still going on. That's all still ahead on the always readily available Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio. Keep the good times rolling every Sunday with GKB founder and CEO Craig Karmazin on Sunday Karma.
No rump shaking. Did you say that off the air, Kyle? You got to say that on the air. It was not rump shaking. It was not anything inappropriate. It just was totally irrelevant.
Sunday Karma with Craig Karmazin.
Because isn't that how GMs get chosen, right? You trade up, in my opinion, cost the team a chance to win a championship.
Sundays from 10 to noon on ESPN Wisconsin.
You're just going to have to live with it. That's what I told myself. And if you can believe it, that's what the doctors told me.
Since Andy was a boy, he had health issues, which later we would find were primarily due to his trouble breathing. So for 36 years, Andy lived with about 85% blockage in his nose. He had to breathe through his mouth because when he tried to breathe through his nose, it felt like he was being suffocated. It affected his sleep, his work life, and his ability to play sports. And he wasn't going to let it ruin his life anymore. So he came to Advent. As bad as it was, his problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty and turbinate reduction. Procedures you won't find offered by big box healthcare. This is Dr. Madan Kandula. It's definitely possible that your nasal breathing problems have a simple solution too. You can hear Andy's story in his own words at adventknowsandy.com and begin on your path to breathing well and living better.
AdventKnows.com. Results may vary.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin present your Badger Minute. Here's Alex Strofe.
This Badger Minute brought to you by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Proudly serving Wisconsin for over 90 years. Hop in or hop online at uwcu.org to join. Former Wisconsin linebacker Nick Herbig is making his impact in his first year as a Pittsburgh Steeler. In this past weekend's preseason game against the Buffalo Bills, Herbig had 3 tackles, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin, when he was asked about the 4th-round picks coming out party this preseason.
You know, we like doing business with Wisconsin, man. Just schematically, it's the same thing that made us comfortable when we drafted TJ and Loudermilk and Benton. And so I can't tell you that I'm overly shocked at what we're seeing from him.
Bundle a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens for as low as $188 per month at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin at PellaWI.com.
Look at all this space I have on my desk. Finally, no more clutter.
I know, right? Plus, now I can actually see everyone and talk to them whenever I want.
Would you stop trying to ask people if there are more doors or wheels in the world?
Speaking of wheels, these chairs, woo!
I've never been more comfortable at work.
Coakley Brothers and Brothers Interiors, the official moving and furniture provider of GKB Milwaukee.
No matter how large or small your digging project may be, no matter how urban or rural, you must always call 811 before any digging project. 811 is our national one-call number, alerting your local utility companies to come out and mark any lines they have near your dig site. So before you do this or this, make sure you do this. For digging projects big or small, make the call to 811, brought to you by Common Ground Alliance.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
One last question about the big adaptation from the big solution. Do you think most people are like you, where if there is a movie that you want to watch and it is not readily available, you just punt? Or like Strofe, who is going to just take whatever Netflix makes available to him because he figures, well, okay, I want to watch Rocky IV because Wilde and Tausch talk about how great of a film that is all the time. But it's not available, so I'll
Creed,
just settle.
by the way, Creed 3 is really good.
Really?
Yeah.
You watched
that
it on
was
an airplane,
available
did you?
on the airplane, yeah. I can't wait for Oppenheimer 2, so then I can watch that too.
Sure. So which do you think that is? Because I think I have an idea for you that I would like you to critique.
Why would you think what is?
Do you think most people like you, I want to watch 16 Candles. It's not available on any of the streaming services for free, so forget it. I'll watch 10 Things I Hate About Streaming Services or whatever it was you watched.
It was about you, but not you personally, but about this dude. Okay, Continue.
So do you think most people are like you or not? There's a question.
No, I couldn't tell. It was another one of your 15-minute rambles.
Don't take out your
I'm not
frustrations.
frustrated. There's no frustration.
On me.
I think most people are like Strofe. I think it's just like... but then I always look at it like this. I have a more skeptical mind than Strofe at this point in Strofe's life.
Are you saying you're smarter?
No, I'm not saying I'm smarter. It's just different. I think, why, I want to do my Brian Windhorst. Why would Netflix be throwing Suits at us as much as it is? Suits is an old
it's a great show, Tausch.
Why are they putting that up on the top of the list?
Because it's a great show. Very underrated.
So was Andy Griffith back in the 50s. That ain't
fair,
up there.
Fair. Honestly,
it's available on Sundance TV, though.
What on earth? Like, why would they be putting their new stuff up there? Why would they make everybody try to watch Suits?
Okay, so you
I don't know. Why do you think? I don't know.
So you wanted you asked me to deliver something, and then you decided to ask about Suits being pushed upon you.
My point is, I think Netflix, everybody else, just like, we'll throw whatever junk we can. Look at these idiots follow. Oh, they think this is good. Let's put this. Oh, Bird Box. All this other
Bird
stuff
Box sucked.
I'm with you on that. They get that to trend, and so. Netflix and everybody else they have it's like they're little puppeteers, man. Oh, look at these idiots. Oh, well, we want to push this agenda. Oh, we'll do this. Oh, we want to do that. We'll do this. So take that for what it's worth. So no, I am not. I think most of the people, I have my old school habits. I like the new stuff, and if something's real poppy, I'm open to checking it out. But don't try to throw some 10-year-old sitcom at me and tell me that it's great. No, if it was that great, I'd have watched it back then.
Okay, so can I bring my idea to you for critique?
Sure.
I think there should be a movie dispersal draft.
What does that mean?
I think every major streaming service should have every movie should be on one of the major streaming services. Because I don't think if you wanted to watch 16 Candles yesterday, you were going to pay $3.99. But if you found that all right, we've got HBO/Max, whatever. We've got Disney. We've got Netflix.
Paramount. Peacock, Disney,
right.
Yeah.
So every movie should be for free, included in your subscription on one of the primary streaming services. And that way you can decide.
Why would a streaming service ever agree to that?
Because I'm wondering, and that was my question for you about why you punted on 16 Candles, if you aren't going to pay $3.99 to rent 16 Candles. Are most people doing that? Like, how often do they make money off of, I'm going to throw $4 at this because I want to watch it now?
It's a good question. I don't know how many people are just like the heck with it. It's a total principle thing for me. I can't do it. It would make me, I just don't like that whole concept. It feels like I'm being taken advantage of.
Right. So I feel like I would sign up for some of these other streaming services if I knew that I would be covered, that whenever I wanted to watch a movie, if I wanted to watch Forrest Gump, if I wanted to watch Rocky IV or Creed III, if I wanted to watch 16 Candles or Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, I know that I will always be able to get it through one of the sources that I'm paying for.
I appreciate you trying to come up with a solution. I do. It's just not going to work because there's too many hands in that pot. That part's not going to work. I like the idea of it. You need the big boy cable distributors to come up and say, we're going to be able to subsidize you, Netflix, Disney, with this. Basically, like the carriage fees that they've had in the past. That's going to be your big adaptation solution. I don't know if they're going to be open to it because Netflix is going to say, you know what, I'm just going to kill you. Well, I'll be able to slash your throat.
They're struggling, though.
I'll wait for the blood.
Their stock is down.
Well, at some point, everything, because the consumer is saying we've had enough. And when that happens is typically when you have to make the big adaptation. And I'm there. I don't know how to adapt, though, because I don't know what the adaptation possibilities are. So we'll see. It's me being an old guy. I understand that. I pull my hamstring in a hot tub. I can't. I get it. That's where I'm at. But I was very displeased with last night's 16 Candles performance.
Well, if I knew how to Photoshop more effectively, I would take Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon and Grumpier Old Men and put the two of us on their faces. I'm not good at that. What I do think I'm pretty good at is leading a conversation about the Green Bay Packers. We have Uncle Homer coming in early. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Oh, I have no idea. Is he?
Well, I know you. Believe me, I wasn't asking.
Tausch, your thoughts?
I always love having Homer join us.
Well, he's scheduled to appear. If you missed the rousing discussion and you want to chime in on our issues with streaming and Grumpy Old Man and the, more important, the big adaptation Tausch is predicting will come, well, you can either rewind or you can listen on Gruber Law Offices, WisconsinOnDemand.com, and the Wisconsin On Demand app, presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all. Thanks to David and his team for supporting the show and for supporting Wisconsin On Demand. Gruber Law Offices, one call.
Hey, Jace.
That's all.
I'm going to tell you this. I saw that clip. I saw a little bit of Hard Knocks last night. Randall Cobb, is there anybody that could come off more lovable than Randall Cobb?
One of my favorites, no doubt about it. I'm biased, so if you feel that way about him, because you never played with him,
I did not.
that's a pretty good sign.
I've gotten to know him a little bit, and obviously not as well as you. That deal with his kids last night and Randall Cobb, it just shows you the power of Netflix and HBO, being able to tell a story and brand yourself. Randall Cobb, I think everybody kind of thinks he's like 75 years old. He's only, what is he, 32?
33, maybe?
You would think Randall Cobb is like 60 years old the way people talk about him. Now, granted, I think his best days have been long gone for a couple of years, but his leadership and everything else that you saw last night was, I thought, really interesting.
He entered the league at age 20. He was born in 1990. He is 33 years old. Someone who is not quite 3 times as old, but slightly more than twice as old as Randall Cobb. Uncle Homer joins us next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality Men's Health. We hear stories every day in our clinics that what used to work for guys doesn't anymore. Increase cardio, cut out certain food, nothing stops the changes in their bodies, especially the weight. The fact is, years of decreasing testosterone has packed on the belly fat that won't go away. We've introduced a medication, semaglutide, that helps drop 15% of the body weight on average while preserving testosterone. Join the over 20,000 Mentality clients and jumpstart your results. In Milwaukee, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
Juniper Pools is kicking off football season in a big way this year. Purchase a spa between July 29th and August 31st, and you win when our team wins. If the green and gold win the big game, you'll receive your hot tub purchase for free. If they win the division, you get $1,000 back, and if they make the wild card playoff game, you score a $250 in-store gift card. For complete promotional terms and conditions, visit poolpeople.com. Get ready to relax and back the green and gold this season with Juniper Pools on West Wisconsin Avenue by Costco in Appleton.
Mulligan's Irish Pub and Grill in Franklin provides the comfort of an Irish pub with the exciting atmosphere of a sports bar. Locally owned and operated, Mulligan's has 21 HD TVs for you to watch all the big games. Try their award-winning food, including Milwaukee's best chili, Irish lamb stew, and pub specialties. Enjoy the outdoor patio this summer at Mulligan's, voted Milwaukee's best happy hour and best Irish pub. A fun place to be on game day or any day. It's Mulligan's Irish Pub and Grill on 27th Street in Franklin, where everyone gets an extra stroke.
I'm coming.
Hi, Mark Tauscher. Tausch, you have mosquitoes in here.
It's like an insect zoo right now at my house. Here comes that wasp again. Incoming.
Shoo, you need Pella's 250 series of windows with exclusive hidden screens, protecting you from nature.
Yes, please. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin to the rescue.
Get a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens as low as $188 per month. PellaWI.com. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 8/31/23.
The Saganiac Planning Marquette Championship moment. Every second Dwayne Wade was on the court. This year, first ballot Hall of Famer. First ballot. It's special to just be in the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame, regardless of how many years it takes. Marquette superstar Dwayne Wade called flash in the pros. He was D-Wade, microweight, tidal weight at Marquette. Drop them all. Dwayne Wade has only one nickname left, and call him when you see him. Dwayne Wade, first ballot champion. Level funding for your corporate medical insurance plan allows small to medium-sized employers to create a plan tailored specifically to meet the needs of your employees. Level funding provides the employer with predictable monthly payments, regardless of claim activity, allowing for better budgeting and peace of mind. For more information how level funding can benefit your company, call Aaron Belowski, Saganiac Planning, 262-783-6161. That's 262-783-6161. Saganiac Planning, a name synonymous with employee benefits and top-notch service.
Evans Transportation is stoked for the Milwaukee baseball playoff push. After all, they're the complete player when it comes to logistics. But instead of being a 5-tool player, Evans is the ultimate 3-tool logistics partner. When manufacturers have accounting, shipping, and tracking needs, they come to Evans. And for the record, Evans is happy to leave the stuff to the real players. They'll stick to logistics. Good luck to Milwaukee from Evans and Delafield. Find them at evanstrans.com.
Be a champion for your neighbors in need and join the Salvation Army of Milwaukee County at their annual Civic Luncheon. This year's luncheon will feature Drew Holiday of the Milwaukee Bucks and Lauren Holiday, an Olympic soccer player, as keynote speakers. The luncheon will be held on August 30th at Pfizer Forum and will honor the recipients of the William Booth Award and the Others Award. These prestigious Salvation Army Awards recognize those who exemplify the spirit of founder William Booth. Find tickets and learn more at samilwaukee.org. That's samilwaukee.org.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
Whatever you do, make sure you do it right. Whatever you do, make sure you do it right. You making love, stopping the school.
You know what that music means. You hear him every weekday 2 to 4 on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee on Homer and Tony. You hear him on the Marquette Men's Basketball Radio Network calling the Golden Eagles games. I still got to send my note. I was going to send a note to Shaka Smart, and Homer got me the info, and I haven't done it yet. I got to put that on my to-do list. And you see him on YouTube, where you can also find us most of the time. But you can find him, God Talk, My Faith with Homer and Pip. It is Steve the Homer True. Homer, good morning. How are you today?
I am awesome because I am capable of being so helpful to Tausch.
Ooh, I like that. Give me a problem. Give me a solution.
First of all, you need to know that movies like the one you were looking for, it's just random how there seems to be no connection over, like, when a movie was or how popular it is that you might have to pay for it.
Yeah, and Homer,
okay. Now,
you have to Google to find out what service it's even on. And you go, it's not here. Oh, you pay here. Oh, it's free on Max.
So you may have to rent. Now you always try YouTube because it's possible somebody has it up on YouTube and you can get it for free. But
there's commercials on that. Yeah.
Right. Well, come on. Now I didn't hear you dealing.
No. Okay, continue. You're fair.
So movies are random. Okay. If you want to learn about any of this stuff, Clark Howard is the expert. You go to Clark.com, and all these things that come up, you can't go any place better than his.
Just Clark.
I don't even know if he's on radio.
It's just Clark.com. What a weird. That's like Homer.com. That's such a simple.
Okay. ClarkHoward.com may work as well. And understand that all this streaming
and
there
stuff.
It is.
Clark.com. No, that's a Clark bar. You can buy Clark bars if you go to
Let's see what Homer. Wait a minute. Before we go any farther. Wait. Okay. There is Clark.com. I was curious what Homer.com was. So I'm there, and I'm very confused. It looks like I can buy different pendants to wear on my necklace. So Homer.com is taken, so we will not get to give Homer.com. All right, Clark.com.
The other things, you go to Clark Howard. The greatness of Clark Howard is he doesn't have advertisers that determine what he says. He says what he thinks. You can't get anybody who's unbiased as much as him. What you'll also learn is that as far as streaming, everybody that has a phone is trying to use, if they can get you to use their phone, they'll give you the streaming stuff. Verizon has started it. And if you'll use their phone, for example, you can now get the internet in your house for like $30 a month, $39 or Wi-Fi, if you do it through your phone. Now, I don't know if the other companies have started like Verizon has, but I get free ESPN, I get free Hulu, I get free Disney.
For how long?
Only for a year, though.
For like 6 months.
No, forever.
No, it's not forever.
It's not forever.
I think it's forever now.
No, it's not
All
forever.
right, fine, Trent, whatever. So
Well,
the
that
point
makes a
is, that's
difference.
the move people are making.
Okay.
I'll look at it.
It's
It seems like that. So, but anyway, then you have to decide, and only Clark Howard would know. Maybe you're still better off to get the cheapest phone and then just pay whatever the monthly thing is. But at some point, we're going to go to, and this is the benefit, things are much better now than they used to be.
I agree. Okay.
Because you're going to only pay for what you want.
All right, that's what I just said. That's what I hope happens. Yeah.
That's the way we're going.
I
Now,
like that.
whether it's cheaper or not, I don't know.
Yeah, it
For
won't be.
example, you used to have long distance only with AT&T. They determined that it was a monopoly, and so then you had all these other options. And in the end, you figured out that you ended up paying about the same for your phone as you used to with AT&T, though you had to do it different ways. So I suspect that in the end, it'll be a little cheaper than cable and stuff because of the connection. Go to Clark.com.
Okay,
if you disagree with
Clark.com.
anything I say, fine. Just
No,
go to Clark.com.
your
You're
points.
ahead of me enough.
Your points are interesting. You made me chuckle because I'm guessing Strophe and anybody that's like 28 and under is like, what do you mean you got to pay for long distance? What does that even mean?
I understand.
Yeah.
But I could talk to you because then you would understand.
No, I know the old dial
They
phone
will
with the
deal with the
long
same
cord,
stuff.
and yeah. All right,
Yeah.
Jason. let's get to some Packer talk. I can see you're scratching your face.
All right, want to have
No.
Yeah,
no,
you're
just-
scratching your
just-
face. You're
No, that's because I'm reading interesting topics on Clark.com while you guys are arguing.
yeah.
Important
Yeah,
things
fabulous.
like, my neighbor's dead tree is about to fall on my house. What should I do?
Yep.
And do I need to change the oil in my rental car if I drive it enough?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
You never change. You're never changing the oil on a rental car. Ever.
But those are the bigger things, like what rental car to use, how to do. You need to know about Clark Howard. He was a nobody. He was one of the first people to come up with cheaper
Is
airline
Clark Howard
tickets on
paying
using
you?
the internet.
Are you bought off by
He
Clark
is.
Howard?
He's
What
Clark
is going
Howard.
on here? I mean, you have a love affair with
no
Clark
bias.
Howard.
No, what? You know the only thing better than Clark Howard? You know what's better than Clark Howard? Aldi. Aldi grocery stores. Better than Clark Howard.
Okay.
Why anybody gets groceries from anywhere other than Aldi is beyond me. You save 50%.
And Aldi's not paying you either, right? Just so I want to make
no,
sure.
they won't advertise.
Okay, so
They
Aldi's
won't- I
not
don't know
working
why.
with you. Clark Howard's
They're
not
not
working with you, but you're
Correct,
pumping both
and
of
that's
them.
why what I say has more credibility.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yep. Fair
Why
enough.
would I bring it up?
I
What's
don't know.
the point?
It's a great question.
The
I
point
don't
is
know.
to help people.
Ah,
Like I'm going to help you about the quarterback situation with the Packers. Jordan Love's name is 2 years. Okay, there is no way they're signing him to anything this year. And your discussion with Jason, he tried to explain it to you, but you refused to listen. He is not Aaron Rodgers. There's nobody with the Packers, despite what Murphy says, that is interested in signing him to anything this year. They don't think he's that good. They just don't want to have happen what happened to the Giants, where the guy had one good year and then they pay him the money. If he gets a new contract, it will not occur until the middle of next season because they want to see him play more than a season, and they recognize they have so many young players, it would be unfair. If he plays good enough to get a contract this season, then he's Hall of Fame potential. And that will never happen because he's not that good. So any contract signed by Jordan Love, when they do it, would be the middle of next season because they have the new deal they did, so they don't have to worry about waiting till the end of this season and having to give him a ton of money when they don't know for sure. Whatever you want to bet, there will be no new contract for Jordan Love at any point in the middle of this season. My limit is $1,000.
All right, let me ask you this. What if it's before next fall? Before next fall. Before whatever this season happens, the off season, and before they get to training camp next year, are you willing to make that bet?
Not the same bet. I think there's a chance of that, but I still think they would like to probably wait. There's no reason to rush. They can do it at some point during the 2024 season. But yes, that I will not make a bet at that time because
the problem.
Chance of that.
So here's
There
the
is
problem,
no
Homer.
chance.
I would love to make that wager with you, but I think I don't know how good Jordan Love's going to be. If Jordan Love is really good, Jason and I agree they'll extend him before the end of the season. If he
yeah,
is,
but he's not going to be that.
But I'm saying if he is, and he's been better than I think a lot of skeptics have said. I believe.
He'd have to be 5 times.
Let me tell you this, Homer. I know that the Green Bay Packers hope that they need to extend him before the end of the season. That's what I know.
No kidding, yes. And I hope I have hair by the end of the week.
That's
what
fair
are the
too.
chances of that?
Okay, I don't know. Well, you got that good rug. It's looked good.
Yeah, thank you.
Jason, I guess your point, my point wasn't that yesterday, though, Homer. It was about Mark Murphy's say in what happens. And if Goody is believing and saying, hey, they're 6-2, we're going to give Jordan Love a big fat extension, and Mark Murphy's looking at it and saying, well, I'd like to see more. Mark Murphy's going to win out. And Jason and I just disagreed on that.
No, I think that Murphy could have had an impact on Rodgers. I don't believe he'll have any impact on Jordan Love.
So you're in Jason's club. You're joining Jason's club.
Yes.
Okay.
But I mean, I think it's very possible Murphy had an issue with Rodgers. But in terms of an issue with Jordan Love, that is 100% on Goody.
God, it's great to have you on my team, which I can't believe I just said. Homer, you got time for a little more Packers talk?
I do. It seems like I have another topic, but I'm old and I can't remember what it was. The break will give me a good chance. It's about helping Tausch with something else.
Oh, I need help.
Oh, it's about going to Europe.
That's Europe. Okay.
Well,
What
Homer gives us his insights into traveling to Europe. Next, it's Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch continues next on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. Sunday Night Baseball is in the Bay this weekend for a battle of playoff teams.
He swings and he hits a high drive deep down the left field line. Headed for Berkeley.
The division-leading Braves visit the Giants.
Ronald Acuna, drive on the first pitch that he sees, back to the wall. Look at here, a home run and a tie ball game.
Our coverage starts Sunday evening at 5 right here on Milwaukee's home for Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio, 94.5 ESPN.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde for Associated Bank. Packers fans, can you feel the excitement in the air? Preseason football is upon us. And if you want to rep the green and gold, they've got you. With Packers checking from Associated Bank, you can make every transaction a touchdown with an exclusive Packers debit MasterCard. Plus, every Packers checking cardholder scores 10% off at the Packers Pro Shop, both in-store and online, all year long. Learn more at AssociatedBank.com/Packers. Member FDIC.
What does summer sound like in a new Chevy? Find the best way to the ballpark with the Chevy Equinox navigation system. Load up the kayaks with room to spare in the spacious Chevy Trailblazer with 60/40 split folding rear seats. Haul out the camper and spend a night roasting marshmallows with the Chevy Silverado. Or feel the roar of the crowd and bring the whole crew along in the Chevy Traverse with seating for up to 8. So what are you waiting for? This summer, happiness is a new Chevy. Visit WisconsinDriveChevy.com. Traverse seating up to 8 standard and LS available on LT with second row bench seat, RS Premier and High Country seat 7.
Big trucks can be intimidating. If you've been seriously injured in a truck crash, call Gruber Law Offices today. Trucking law can be extremely complicated. You don't want to take on the insurance company alone. Gruber Law Offices has the experience, the resources, and of course, the results. We know truck law. We know the rules and regulations. We know what it takes to win. Call Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
The Bog in Saukville is Ozaukee County's best golf experience. 18 championship holes designed by the legendary golfer Arnold Palmer, settled amongst 250 acres of beautiful private land. The Bog caters to golfers of all skill levels, offering a golf experience unlike any other. Come enjoy the finest golf greens in Wisconsin, and after your round, enjoy a bite to eat in our restaurant or out on our new patio bar overlooking the 18th green. It's time to golf, Wisconsin. It's time to enjoy the Bog.
Turn your love of sports into a fulfilling career. Carroll University offers master's degrees in athletic training, exercise physiology and sport physiology, and performance coaching. No matter which of the 3 disciplines you choose, Carroll features state-of-the-art technology, national recognized faculty, and experiential learning to prepare you for these high-demand careers. Visit carrollu.edu/sportscience to start your journey.
Fisco is always there for your auto body care. When accidents happen, Fisco Auto Body on Forest Home in Franklin is there when you need them. Got a broken mirror? They'll take care of it. Dented bumper? Scratch paint? Fisco Auto Body will take care of it. If there's any damage you need fixed, Fisco has you covered. Their expert workmanship is guaranteed for the life of your vehicle. So stop in for all of your auto bumps and dings. Once again, you know the line. That's Fisco.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Whatever you do, make sure you do it right. Whatever you do, make sure you do it right. You're making love or starting the schoolyard fight. Make sure you do it right. Make sure you do it right.
Continuing with Uncle Homer, Matt LaFleur will speak at 10:25. Practice will kick off at 11, despite conflicting reports. Practice is at 11. Bring your own bewaredness and your hydration. Homer, you also have advice on Tausch's European vacations in the future because he's gone on 3 of them in the last calendar year.
No, I don't have any advice. I have a curiosity. I don't know. It's got to be his wife. I can't see Tauscher as somebody that's wanted to go to Europe that much. That's my first question. What? And the kids, seems to me they're maybe a little young to enjoy Europe, or maybe
what? Oh, you're being critiqued. Just wait a second. What the hell are you asking?
No, it's not a critique. It's curiosity.
That's definitely a critique. No, you're judging.
No, I'm not. Oh, we're sorry. I forgot the part about you determine what I'm saying.
No,
so I apologize.
What did you just say? I can't believe that you'd want to go. That's judging me that I don't want to go to Europe. So how am I putting words in your mouth?
That's not.
That's not a bad way.
It's not a negative.
What do you mean it's not a negative? You have no culture and have no interest in...
No. I'm asking the question, which means I'm curious as to your answer because it means I don't know you right.
Okay. So here's what I'll say. We had some stuff planned, pandemic hit, and we were limited with what we're doing. Our kids love to travel. We love traveling. We love doing national parks. We've done it every year. We went to Paris because that's something that we wanted to do. And when we went, we had a great time. The kids traveled and remember and are in a great stage in their life to do it. And so we decided when we get big Pella windows to have some time, we're going to go and do something big. That's what we decided until Max gets into high school, where if he's doing sports, you can't really get that time off.
Right.
That's why we've decided to do it. And yes, Homer, I love going to Europe. I can't wait to get to Rome. I still haven't gotten to Italy, which is something that was the first spot I wanted to go. With their holiday season, it's not great to go in August. At least that's what our people told us. So, yes, you couldn't be more wrong. Fair?
Well, that's good. No, that's fine. Now I realize.
Want to get to Wimbledon yet? Still haven't went to Wimbledon in season. Yeah, we're that's baseball season kind of gets in the way of that, so we can't do it. Not at this point in our lives.
No, I got it. Now I needed that information because now I realized I messed up with our daughter because she loves to travel and I just didn't travel, and I don't know. I should have asked her, or I didn't know at that young age. So congratulations.
Thanks.
You know your kids love to travel, and you're doing for them. So,
appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
Back to the pack.
Good deal.
before we get back to the Packers.
I was hoping you had some great spot that we needed to go hit, like where we need to go and all this. And instead you're saying, well, Tausch, you have no culture and have no interest outside of like doing sports stuff.
I didn't say no culture.
But that is Jason, in essence, is that not what Homer said? I know your wife and kids must be forcing you to go. Isn't that what he just was implying?
That's not what he was implying at all. That's how you inferred
he joins your club one time, and now you're a toady. You are Homer's toady.
Jason, how do you like it? He's going to tell you why you think what you do. You don't have to be a part of it anymore. I was going to tell you about the Packers, but Tausch can tell you what I think. So go ahead.
Hey, you think Sean Clifford should be the starting quarterback? That's what you think.
No, I do not. However, he's more entertaining to watch in the preseason.
Didn't you say earlier this, before I went on my sabbatical, didn't you say he was the worst backup quarterback in the history of the NFL?
Yes.
Oh,
right,
God.
and I still think he's a horrible backup because you want a person that has some experience to come and play.
You want to have a good quarterback that can help you win. You want to have a good quarterback that you can win a game or two with as a backup.
He can't be that this year. He's too young.
Okay.
Can't be that.
And yet at the same time he's older than Jordan Love, which is crazy to me.
Correct.
Homer,
and he's been more entertaining to watch in the preseason. That says nothing other than he's been more entertaining to watch in the preseason.
Yeah, he's got some Favre to him. No one would deny that. All right, my question for you, Homer, is this. Are we putting way too much emphasis on what we've seen in these two preseason games? Because I thought Tausch made a great point yesterday when he said we can't have it both ways. 1 minute we're saying these aren't like real regular season games. Everything's vanilla. They're not important. And then the next breath, we're talking about how good Jordan Love looks, and we've got this hype train that is barreling down the tracks about how good he's been in the two preseason games.
There is no hype train. Who's created a hype train? Who's decided it's a hype train? A couple of opinions of a couple of people doesn't create a hype train.
So it is all over the national.
What?
All the different yelling shows and get up. I believe, and we haven't gotten to this yet because we're talking to you earlier than we normally do on Wednesdays, but I believe Dan Graziano, who Tausch is a big fan of, is actually one of the first people on ESPN who has said, let's slow our roll here on the hype train, because there's no doubt that the ESPN narrative, which is not just some guy on Twitter, that's the preeminent sports network, everyone is talking about Jordan Love in an extremely positive light. You played Dominique Foxworth for me yesterday doing it.
Right, and we also played next to it that Adam Shine, who said he doesn't even play football.
Yes,
right?
Adam Shine is an outlier.
Oh, okay. I didn't know the definition of how
he's he's completely ill-informed, and if anybody's a toady for Rodgers, it is him. He loves Aaron Rodgers, and he's a Jets fan.
All right, good to factor that in. Dominic Foxworth also believes that you have to be good if you're a first-round pick. He also said in that comment that the Packers have had a championship-caliber team in the last 4 or 5 years. I don't care if you've played football or not. Those are two pretty stupid comments.
What you guys aren't understanding. You guys understand this. You've been in the media business a heck of a lot longer than I have. Who sells? Do the Carolina Panthers move the needle? Do people want to talk about Bryce Young? No. People want to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. They want to talk about New York football teams and the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
So they want and desperately really want the Packers to be good, and Jordan Love's storyline can drive that. Until if he's not, then they can move on. But the Green Bay Packers move the needle. You guys know that better than anybody. That's why you're seeing this push, PR push. And yes,
but
Homer, there is
going to be horrible. You could say it's going to be horrible, and it's going to be a terrible decision for the Packers, and they've ruined their organization because their GM, who have traded a Hall of Fame wide receiver or quarterback, you could do that as well. You don't have to be positive to sell the Packers.
That's fair.
Do you?
That's fair. It's a fair point, but it's. I think because people think that might be the case, it's almost more credible and more exciting to get Packer, because you want Packer Nation to care what you think. Because
Right.
Packer Nation is a monster, as we all know.
Yeah.
That's why. And Jason has seen this. When you do negativity, people get very irritated.
Packer fans, yes, they prefer positive. But my point is, it doesn't mean that there's a train that you've changed people's opinions that count.
I think Jordan loves preseason. Jordan loves preseason has changed people's opinion. For sure. Yes.
He's thrown 20. How many
It doesn't matter. You get a
18. He's thrown 18 passes.
You get limited sample size, and it's been much better than I think a lot of the doomsdayers that thought he couldn't play a lick. It's been much better than that. He looks competent. He still doesn't, again, he's hovering in that low 50% completion percentage, which is, as someone that's a little skeptical, that's where you would look and say, that's not going to be good enough, and it's not. But the other stuff, you're seeing more stuff. We asked for wild throws. Jason has been telling us there's been more wild throws. There's been more big plays. He looks the part. He's playing the part. He has control of the huddle. There's so many things that I think, for as much as we didn't know, at least that part has been answered preseason-wise. The preseason ain't the regular season. That would be my pushback when anybody asks any other questions.
Well, and I would say you have an appropriate view of a hype when the change from the Packers wins goes from the different over and under 7.5 that it is now.
There's still dogs in Chicago, too. They're still underdogs. The opener.
Right.
So,
yes,
Vegas tells you a lot. That tells you where people that think they know put their money.
Right.
And it's still that they don't think the Green Bay Packers are going to be very good.
Right. They're still a dog. Now,
and by the way,
deciding how big a dog.
And as Mark Murphy said the other day after the golf deal, the Packers love this new role. And I think for now, it's great. I don't want to be underdog city for 5 years.
Right, I think that's crap.
1 year. No. I firmly believe, Homer, sometimes it's when you've been at the top or you've been hovering at the top of a mountain. At some point, you don't want to keep climbing. You want to say, all right, let's take a little and say, nobody believes in you. You always, as a coach and as an organization, you want to be best of class. But there's sometimes comes a point, I don't know what the heck's going on with this mic stand. Sometimes there comes a point where it's nice to say, nobody believes in you, and you can be that plucky underdog, even as a juggernaut, as an organization.
Okay.
That's where Green Bay is.
So I'll defer to you on living that, because I've never been experienced being that good for that long. I just can't see how you want to have people think you're going to win 7 games.
Yeah.
Unless you're certain that you're way better, and I don't know that there's any way that.
Well,
I was going to add one thing. It just seemed to me that the team seems a lot happier. Like it's like a bunch of young players, and there's a lot of energy on the sidelines and stuff like that. I didn't know if either of you agree with that.
Yeah, they don't have the burden. Yeah, they don't have the burden of expectation, and that can be freeing. And when you're young, you don't know any better. These guys don't know any different. They don't know any better. So. But you know what? They start winning some games, and you start feeling those expectations.
Yeah. Well,
things will change.
We'll see how much fun it is if for some reason they're 3-7 as well.
If you win the game.
I'm going to tell you right now, if they're 3-7, it ain't fun. 4-12 sucks.
So we won't see the same juice on the sidelines, huh?
No. Much like it's hard. Much like it sucks to try and do a radio program with a broken microphone. If you're watching on video, you should be entertained.
I don't know what the heck. I'm tightening things. I got an Allen wrench out, and it just keeps. All
right, Homer. Before we go, what's the hottest you've ever been? Practice is going to be in the 100s here in Green Bay.
1976 for him, I think, when he's playing tennis at Indiana against.
What is
Indiana.
the hottest you've ever been?
No. The hottest by far. It was in Tucson, Arizona, and it was because it was so hot. I felt like I was a cookie baking in an oven.
Ooh.
People say humidity makes it worse. No, dry heat makes it worse.
Oatmeal raisin.
Dry heat makes it worse, and then you have a little wind blowing, and it chaps your lips. And I would say it probably got to
dry heat is not worse than muggy heat.
It was for me.
No, okay.
It isn't for most people.
All right.
You're telling him again what he thinks.
What? Who on earth?
No, but in this case, he's right.
Thank you,
People
Homer.
would agree.
Thank
We would
you.
go to Phoenix to play tennis, and it was more humid, and everybody else thought it was worse. And I said the little humidity, I liked it. And again, the key was because the wind and dry, it chaps your lips. And
Put some lip balm on. Grab a lip balm.
Yeah, I put some lip balm on
Okay.
it. Just so, but Tausch is the majority. He's right, but that's the hottest I've been. But what's different back then? I didn't get 20 notes on what I have to do so I don't die. Oh, it's going to be 100. Oh! I got to go right now because they told me on local TV the 16 things I have to do today because it's going to be 100.
All right, good luck with those.
Thank you, bye.
Yeah, Jason, you always hear people say, boy, I wish there was muggier and thicker air.
No. I agree with you, but you were telling him that he was wrong, and that's not how he feels. Because apparently he has easily chapped lips or something.
He must have some real lip issues. All right, get to break. I'll tell you my sloshy shoe story from training camp as we get back. Because your clock management is McCarthy-esque.
All right, well, I guess we'll have to wait on the Tausch's swim pants story till a later date because we're going to get the sloshy shoe story to kick off the 10 o'clock hour, which will begin at about 10:08 or so. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Don't go anywhere. Another hour of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
I'd been living with the snoring problem nearly my entire life. In fact, I can remember my mother teasing me, saying that I'd snore so loudly that the walls of our house would cave in with each breath.
Fast forward only recently when Jessica's snoring forced her husband out of their bed and into another room. It's a pretty common situation. We call it a sleep divorce, and that's not good. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula with Advent. After Jessica had a thorough breathing triangle evaluation, we found that her snoring problem required a simple solution. In-office balloon sinuplasty. It's a 20-minute procedure, and it works. You won't find it offered by Big Box Healthcare, but you will find it at Advent, where we offer every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution available. You can hear more of Jessica's story at adventknowsjessica.com and take your first step towards breathing well so you can live better.
Breathe well with simple solutions. AdventKnows.com.
Results may vary.
Buckle up. It's all systems go at Potawatomi. Plug in to high wattage play and you could win an all-electric BMW i7. Play now through September with your club card. Prize drawings on Thursdays. There's a shocking $800,000 in total prizes on the line, including the luxury BMW i7. It's time to electrify your drive. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. More info at paysbig.com/BMW. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Here in Wisconsin, a good old-fashioned is an important way of life. And that's where my friends at Perky's Old Fashioned come in. Hey, it's ESPN Milwaukee's Gabe Neitzel here to tell you about the easiest way to put together an old-fashioned. Perky's offers both brandy and bourbon old-fashioned mixes. And get this, the booze is already in there. Just add the soda of your choosing, and you'll have Grandma Perky's old-fashioned in the palm of your hand. Perky's is locally made and great for get-togethers of all kinds. Get perked up and head to perkysspirits.com for your nearest Perky's location. Hey, this is Gabe Neitzel. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
I've been grinding so long, been trying it for years. And I got nothing to show, just climbing this rope right here. And if there's a man upstairs, he kept bringing me rain. But I've been sending up prayers and something's changed. I think I finally found my hallelujah. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Now all my dreams are come.
The 10 o'clock hour of Wilde and Tausch begins now. And it begins with Tausch telling us a story which I'm assuming is you sweated so much that your shoes were squishy.
So, Because on Wisconsin's Morning News with Vinny and the boys at 7:50 this morning on WTMJ, we were talking about the heat and what was the worst and all this other stuff. And I don't know if you remember this. I know I do. It was hot, and it was under the Mike Sherman era. Mm-hmm. We started practice. We went about 5 periods, which is about pretty close to an hour. And it wasn't going well. We had a bad night on 7 drill, and Sherm double horn, and and he called everybody up because you get double horn. That's when you go up. And he restarted the practice, and he put us in the Hudson Center. And I remember I had my outdoor cleats, which are the 7 studs, which have the nodules in them. So we're now practicing in there, and everybody's pretty pissed off. And it was so hot, and you wear those, you wear the socks, and it literally every step that you would take, you would have thought that I was standing in 5 inches of rainwater. And everybody, and your gloves, like your tape gets so wet that you can't keep the tape together, and that's pulling off. Your knee braces won't stay up because you have all of this condensation, and you are just slodging through practice. But every step you take, it's like there was a rubber ducky. Squish, squish. And the water would hit, and you go through that full practice, and you think to yourself, what the heck am I doing? That happened that time. I just remember it because of the double horn and the reset of practice and all of the other stuff. But I just keep looking back at it and thinking, when I think of the mugginess and the heat that these guys are going to be going through today, and you think back to Corey Stringer and how he unfortunately passed away from heat stroke, and how the NFL put ice tubs out on the field to try to get your core temp down. Those things, heat and NFL football sucks for me.
So I do remember that. I am curious. I can't remember. That had to have been before. Corey Stringer was in 2001 in training camp. I mean, that had to have happened before that, right?
I don't remember. I think, well, you document this stuff. You're supposed to remember all that.
Well, yeah, I got to archive my 22 years ago at training camp. But my point is that that I remember practices being so hot that Jerry Perrins, who was the security director at the time, handed out cold water to the media, which they don't give us anything at practice. Like, that's for the VIPs and the partners and the suite holders and whatever else. They're not usually – they knew how bad it was. Now, you brought up Corey Stringer, which was a tragic situation that occurred during your playing career in 2001. And I think there was an uptick after that of guys being more aware, and I saw guys use the cold tub, etc. I have not seen that get used very often anymore. Now, you're also not doing double days in pads, so maybe that's part of it.
They're doing like an hour, 15 minutes, and you're taking water breaks with music playing. And
are players less? Are they less willing to do that though because you look soft? I mean, you can't change player mentalities all that much, especially when it was that many years ago.
No, I think player mentalities changed a bunch. I think guys are much more apt to say, "Nah, I'm cramping up, I'm heating up."
Okay.
I think that has changed. It's not there's obviously everybody is different, but the training staffs have been empowered a lot more, and the nutritional people and the analytical people have been empowered more. It used to be the head coach drove the bus on all of it. To a certain extent, that's still the case, but when it comes to player safety, coaches don't want to have anything on their resume. Stuff like the Corey Stringer and things like that happening, because the medical people are always, I think they've always wanted. I can remember talking to an unnamed doc up at Green Bay, and he would say this idea of double days and everything else, it's outdated and it will move on. Now, unfortunately for me, that was after my career ended. But people realized during the time that we were going through, doing 3-a-days was stupid. Junction Boys. Watch the Junction Boys on Netflix and pay $10 to watch it. It will tell you that Bear Bryant didn't give water to his guys. So we would always, if we would do a drill and somebody wanted a water, and if Joe Philbin or Campy or Beck would say no, we'd call him Bear Bryant. All right, Junction Boys. So there is more now. It's actually looked upon you're being an idiot for not staying hydrated, for not monitoring your pee and everything else because it's available and people want to analyze it to help you perform at the highest level. It's no longer you're going to be tough. You can take salt blocks and all this other stuff. No, they finally have figured out, hey, when you're dehydrated, you don't think straight. When you're dehydrated, you can't perform at the level. You better make sure you keep up on it, and there's been more pro-action. And to our coaches' credit, to Sherm and Mike McCarthy, when we'd go down to Tampa or we'd go to Miami, that was always pushed. Water was dumped at us. Gatorade was dumped at us. It was always there to remind you of it. But the mentality has changed tenfold from, I mean, Jerry. You listen to Jerry Kramer and the Lombardi guys, the Junction Boys. Even when I played, it's different and it's smarter than what it was.
So I was talking to Patrick Taylor yesterday because I think that hydration and different products obviously have come along where you're not drinking. I remember you guys played in Arizona and Mike Sherman and Mike Holmgren before him. Pickle juice, right? Pickle juice. Ugh, I don't see that being delightful to drink. But
tell you what, those pickle popsicles down in Janesville at these Little League games, they couldn't keep them in stock.
And that is what Patrick Taylor said he had when he was a kid. But he also was pouring sea salt into a regular bottle of water yesterday. And we were, because we're...
Was it Himalayan sea salt?
No, it was not pink. It was white. And I think Himalayan is pink. But he was saying that I'm like, does that taste good? And he said there's a very fine line between putting too much in and putting not enough in. But then we got to talking about all the other things they have for hydration, right? The Pedialyte or electrolyte stuff, and Gatorade has like 6 different products that they have at their beck and call. It is a lot, even in the 20 years since, or the 23 years since you were a rookie. There's just more options. There's been that much increase of an understanding of the technology behind these beverages that help them. Nevertheless, Matt LaFleur still has moved up practice by an hour. Mm-hmm. Like, this was supposed to be at noon, so clearly they have enough concern thinking they have to do something different.
Yeah, I think at this point, everybody realizes that there's more. I mean, you want to have guys practice in the heat because you could play in the heat, just like you have wet ball drill, and you want to prepare your guys for every different type of circumstance. But there comes a point where the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and there's no doubt in my mind. I can remember us practicing and coaches saying, "This is good." If it was too chilly out, back at Holy Name Seminary, we'd say, "Oh, this isn't going to help us. We're going to have to run extra," because those days are over. Mm-hmm. And I think you want to push your guys, but you don't want guys getting to the point where they're full body cramps. And I can remember Ahmad Carroll, where I think it was Cliffy. He was blessing Cliffy as we were playing backgammon because Cliffy had a full body cramp from a late night practice, and it was hot and muggy, probably a shoe slosher type of practice. And Ahmad Carroll came down and blessed Cliffy as he was in a full body cramp on the laying off the backgammon table after he fell off the stool. And I was double gammoning him at the time, so I don't know if that was part of it, but those are things that just, you don't need to see those things at this point. You want to correct and not have that happen. So if you can move a practice up to limit some of the exposure, I think it's a very smart move.
Wait, so he was like administering last rites to Cliffy?
I don't know if it was last rites, but it was like I don't know if he brought out different oils and stuff. But legit, I'm gammoning the heck out.
Ahmad Carroll?
Yeah, it was a weird deal. It was his rookie season, so I didn't know Ahmad that well. But he was kind of watching as I'm beating the heck out of Cliffy. I'm making the 5-3 move. I'm double gammoning him. I'm setting up. Hey, Cliffy, it's late at night because it was like a 7 o'clock practice we got done. And I was cramping up, drinking a little bit of Gatorade. Cliffy was doing it, but then Cliffy all of a sudden just went into full spasm, like lockdown mode. And he almost like fell, those, I don't know what kind of stool, I'm sure the stools are now like made of gold, but we had those old green soft bottom, like you had to be down a little bit for bigger guys. Mm-hmm. And he like rolled and fell off the chair in a cramp, and then Ahmad Carroll comes over and he starts like praying and blesses him, and I'm thinking to myself, what the heck is going on? I went and got Flea and Nate, and they came in, brought IVs, and Cliffy was fine. But Ahmad Carroll blessed Big Clip.
And you won that round of backgammon while he was out.
He never paid me anyways. God, I could have retired years ago if Cliffy paid all of his debts that I beat him in backgammon on.
All right, so we've discussed a lot of beverages here that help you stay hydrated. I know one that you'd love to be having after a hot practice with sloshy shoes. That, of course, would be Coors Light.
Of course it would. And Coors Light is brewed with a 3-step cold process, cold lager, cold filtered, and it's cold packaged, so it is made to chill. And when you're talking about 100-degree heat and you want to get hydrated afterwards, you want to make sure those mountains are baby blue today, because you're going to want it cold activated, and that's what Coors Light does, and is chilled to perfection. That's why it is always Coors Light in my hand when I need a moment to chill. Celebrate responsibly. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
We will get to that Randall Cobb portion of Hard Knocks. Plus, I want to hear from Dan Graziano, who is not all in on Jordan Love like many of his ESPN compatriots. That's all still ahead. Stick around. It's Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. Whether it's live or in podcast form, you've heard us on air with all of our shenanigans.
Gabe, I'm throwing some... Why are you throwing... I don't want...
Now see your favorite 94.5 ESPN shows streaming on video.
By me, by the way. I hit that microphone like 4 out of 6 times on that.
Subscribe to ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube and get notified when we hit the air live. Plus, you can watch back any second that you miss and see original digital content too. Watch, listen, interact. ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
Coffee drinkers and Jen, Gabe, and Chewy fans, unite! Join JGC and 1848 Coffee in New Berlin for Customer Appreciation Day this Friday. Stop by for free drip coffee and cold brew from 7 a.m. until noon. Plus, check out Jen, Gabe, and Chewy broadcasting live from 7 to 9. NASCAR drivers Ty Majeski and Ben Rhodes will be along for the ride all morning long as well, signing autographs and taking photos. Make sure you get in early. The first 50 people receive a free race shirt. Plus, you can enter to win free coffee for a year. Stop by 1848 Coffee in New Berlin on Friday for Customer Appreciation Day.
UW Credit Union presents the Student Athlete of the Week, supporting local student athletes as they grow on the field, in the classroom, and in the community. UW Credit Union is here for every you. Learn more at uwcu.org. Here's Ashton Rotman with the UW Credit Union Student Athlete of the Week.
This week's UW Credit Union Student Athlete of the Week is senior quarterback Tyler Hatcher of Sussex Hamilton. It's his first season as a starter for the Chargers, and after week 1, Hatcher, an indication for a great career. He goes 16 of 19 for 304 yards and 3 touchdowns in a 56-28 win. Yes, they doubled up Fond du Lac on Friday afternoon. He also rushed for 84 yards and 2 touchdowns and was the second leading rusher for the Chargers. Hatcher and the Chargers are currently a top 15 team in the state, according to MaxPreps.com. Chargers will take on Economowoc at home this Friday. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock as they go for a 2-0 start.
Over the past year, we've been hard at work improving our sales processes, expanding and remodeling our facilities, investing in new technology, and continuing our commitment to serve our customers, employees, and community. That's why at Boucher, when our customers leave the dealership, we hope we've made a customer for life. Whether you're in need of a new vehicle, are stopping in for routine maintenance, or are in need of collision work, we will be here to help. With 20 locations throughout southeastern Wisconsin and 30 brands, we've got thousands of new and used vehicles for you to choose from. Our dedicated employees have been named a 2022 top workplace for the past 11 years, and we always have been and will continue to be family-owned and operated. Proud to be your Wisconsin family dealership group since 1977. Visit us today at Boucher.com.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what dreams you're driving towards, That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
The summer of lower prices continues at Fleet Farm. Take Sprout Vitamin Feed Supplement for livestock. 25-pound bags, now only $19.99. And for you birders, KT Midwest Regional Blend is just $12.99 for a 7-pound bag. Plus, get 12 mega rolls of Quilted Northern Ultra for only $12.99. And enjoy Fleet Farm Beef Jerky for just $8.79 a pack. Look for new lower prices on everything you need for everyday life with price drops at Fleet Farm.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio.
Matt LaFleur is at the podium. We will see what he has to say about today's 100-degree practice, but he has begun. He's wearing short sleeves, which he usually is like in long sleeves and also pants.
Yeah, you know what I learned? The skin is obviously it's the biggest organ, but I used at the end of my career because of the sun and everything else, the long sleeve, real skinny, dry fit is actually cooler than wearing just the short sleeve. For me, it was.
Really?
Yeah. You don't have the sun baking your
wicking,
skin.
Moisture wicking?
Yeah, it was. I just remember I wore that a bunch during training camp, and I always felt like it was still, you're still drenched, but it just felt better, which it doesn't seem like it would make sense, and I'm sure there's scientific health people that would say you're crazy, but for me, that worked.
Matt LaFleur says they will practice for 2 hours today.
Let's go.
Talking about competitive greatness.
Yes.
So push through the uncomfortability.
Coaches eat this up, man, because you want to put your guys in adverse situations. Yes. Yeah. And it's real easy when it's 62 degrees and it had a nice breeze. It's a beautiful sun-splashed afternoon. Those are easy days. 15 below. It's why the Green Bay Packers have an advantage, because you practice and you do stuff in that. It's tough when you're in this kind of heat, and you have to test your resolve a little bit. And coaches, for as much as they want your players to be healthy and everything else, they love to see how you handle adversity, because I don't care how good of a team you are, you're gonna have some. And how do guys respond when they don't feel good or they're dragging a little bit because it's hot? That's what you want to see.
I'm curious, though, how do players react to this? Like, it's their job, especially for guys that are fighting for roster spots. They don't have the luxury to say, ugh, I don't want to be out there for 2 hours. But is that something that is there a collective either silent groan or just an irritation when the head coach gets in front of the room and says, yeah, it's going to be hot. I told you guys to hydrate. We're going 2 full hours here for practice, whether you like it or not.
I can only speak for myself. And what always happened to me, I have masochistic tendencies in certain regards.
We've learned that, yes, indeed.
I would always, when I would walk out in full gear and my cleats are click-clacking on the concrete to either bike down, walk down, bus down, whatever it might be, the wave of heat hits you and you're like, ugh. And then once you go, you're good. You don't sit there. You don't hear a bunch of people complain. What you think is, ice towel me. And there's something. It's just, I always loved it. When you'd be drenched, you'd get done with a 7-play drive, or you do a 9-on-7, you get your 4 plays, you'd come out, and then you'd have Flea or Nate or some of the guys get that big towel, dunk it in that ice bucket, and then have the just cold ice dribble from your head down all the way down to your toes, and it rekindled you. You just feel alive. So, no.
Just feel
anybody that lets that cower and not take on that challenge, you don't want. I want guys that are, you can complain. There's some guys, the old guys will complain a little bit, but then you know what? They're out there grinding, competing, and trying to win.
Right.
But there is something, there's things that you'd think, I don't necessarily want. You know that when that whole ice bucket challenge deal was going on, everybody thought it was so kitschy. I love it.
It was awesome.
No, it was awesome, great cause, but you got to feel like an NFL player on a 90-degree, heated, hot day outside of Lambeau Field, and you get the boys to dump a big wet ice towel down your face. That's a good feeling.
All right, so since you brought this up, while you were gone, we learned that Brian Bulaga, who was one of our many great cousin subs of the day, cousin subs we believe in better, but we're really lucky. And we give you a hard time, but you earn your time off. There's no doubt about it, especially this fall when you're going to have a Wilde-like schedule with how much you'll be working.
Yeah.
But we learned that Brian, now in retirement, still has a cold tub.
Okay.
Now, we did not, the Wildes, I know you like to make fun of us for our wealth of our big pool that we have in the backyard, even though it's an above-ground pool. We did not put it up this year. But one of the things the girls make fun of me incessantly for when we do have it up is when I get in and it's cold and I do the, ooh, that's cold. Which I don't think you're surprised that that's the kind of noise that I would make when I got in a cold pool.
Clark Griswold when he was with Old Girl in that
Indeed. Pool. Yes, exactly. How do you guys get into a tub full of ice water? He said his ice water was at like 38 degrees. He wants to get it down to like 33 when he's getting it. And this guy's retired.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's not even playing in the league anymore.
The retired part of this, and I don't know what he's doing. Like he's got some masochistic tendencies too. It's refreshing, and if you can stomach it, I love sauning. Sauning has got a ton of positive health reverberations.
Clear those pores. Yeah.
Well, it's for all of the other stuff too. So there's obviously science behind why people like doing it. I don't know why Brian's still doing it. It's obviously, he's trying to stay healthy, and he's out still competing in triathlons or whatever it is.
Golf.
But, let me tell you something. I golf, and you don't need a cold tub. But I get it, and he works out and does all that stuff. So during training camp, the cold tub, I use the cold tub a bunch, and what you'd start doing is you'd put your phone down, you'd watch something, and you did the Wilde or anybody else. Some people would put the little baby slippers on their toes because the toesies get really cold. The toes in some other spots get freezing when you do that. I don't know if
Shrinkage!
So you jump in there and you just take it. That's what you do.
You weren't comfortable with the shrinkage shouting. All right. Matt LaFleur is not only challenging his players with the heat, he's challenging his offense. We'll talk a little bit about what he just said down in the media auditorium coming up. And I would challenge you to find a better bank than Associated Bank. If you're a Packers fan, there's no better place to be because not only do you get the great perks that come with being a Packers checking account holder, 10% off the Packers Pro Shop in-store and online, your Packers debit MasterCard, other great perks. We do some events. It's awesome. But you also get the best customer service in the industry. They've got the awards to prove it. So make the switch today. Check out AssociatedBank.com to find out more. Matt LaFleur, not pleased with his offense yesterday. We'll tell you what he said and talk about it next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch.
Take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batch cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 years old to enter. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
I'm coming.
Hi, Mark Tauscher. Tausch,
Tausch, you have mosquitoes in here.
It's like an insect zoo right now at my house. Here comes that wasp again. Incoming.
Shoo, you need Pella's 250 series of windows with exclusive hidden screens, protecting you from nature.
Yes, please. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin to the rescue.
Get a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens as low as $188 per month. PellaWI.com. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offer ends 8/31/23.
Announcing the former All-Star Buick GMC is now the all-new Cunis Buick GMC of Oak Creek. And the former John Paul's Buick GMC is now the all-new Cunis Buick GMC of Greenfield, Milwaukee's Buick GMC headquarters. Greg Cunis was recently named Time Magazine's Wisconsin Automotive Dealer of the Year. Plus, Cunis dealerships have been awarded Top 100 Best in the U.S. by the Automotive News the past 9 years. Our mission is to bring the Cunis Auto Group's unequaled customer satisfaction and service to our friends in the greater Milwaukee area. Cunis Milwaukee Buick GMC stores have the area's largest pre-owned car, truck, and SUV inventory with over 3,000 vehicles available on lot or online and always at a price and payment you can afford. And all new and pre-owned Cunis vehicles come with our exclusive no-fear lifetime warranty coverage at no extra charge. So buy like a champion at the all-new Cunis Buick GMC of Oak Creek, 7020 South 27th Street, or Cunis Buick GMC of Greenfield, 3615 South 108th Street. Milwaukee's Buick GMC headquarters.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. That's right, folks. Great Lakes Dragway's 2023 race season is in full swing. Come out to see our annual events like Memorial Day Weekend, Labor Day Weekend, Nitro Streetcar Brawl, Import Wars, Larry's Fun Fest, and Bug Fest. Looking for something new and exciting? Come see the Night of Fire Jet Show. Want the track all to yourself? Email or call about a private track rental. Go to GreatLakesDragaway.com for contact information and our full season schedule. Great Lakes Dragaway, just a burnout west of I-94 on County KR. Be there.
At Cousin Subs, the bigger your smile, the better we feel. That's why our menu features something for everyone, like our Wisconsin cheese curds, golden fries, creamy shakes, and mac and cheese, all paired with your favorite sub, or our subs in a bowl. And don't forget our kids' meals, now with a free cookie. Here's to a better day. Cousin Subs. We believe in better.
Today, more than 6 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's, and more than 11 million family members and friends serve as their caregivers. While researchers are working tirelessly to end Alzheimer's and all other dementia, the number of people living with Alzheimer's is expected to more than double by 2050. The toll of the disease is monumental, and its devastation affects family, friends, and especially caregivers. No one should face Alzheimer's and dementia by themselves. If you or someone you know is struggling to provide care to a loved one, please share this message. You are not alone. Free help and resources are available 24/7. To talk with an expert and obtain disease-related information, care and support services, call 800-272-3900 or visit the Alzheimer's Association website at alz.org. You are not alone.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
Getting a ton of responses on the Wilde and Tausch Twitter feed. It's still Twitter, right?
Oh, it's Twitter X, I think they call it.
Like, I type in twitter.com right now because your guy Elon took away TweetDeck now.
Oh, poor guy.
I'm gonna write him a note.
Oh, I'm sure that'll go over well.
No, I'm serious.
No, I know you are.
You better read it on the air because this sounds like pure comedy.
I understand he's an entrepreneur and he wants to make money, and I'm willing to pay for the various services that he is going to charge for, under the condition that if you're going to give out check marks and anybody who pays you can have one, that actual reporters and government entities should have their own checkmark color. He's done different colors now, so I don't care if it's green or purple or whatever else, but as I told you guys, we were stuck in the Mall of America right after he did this with the check marks because there was an active shooter when we were there. And you couldn't figure out what was the legit Bloomington Police Department because there were like 3 different accounts. And I was trying to find if they were updating what was happening inside the Mall of America. So I do think that is an area where maybe he could improve.
Yes,
and if he would give out the check mark, I will be happy to pay my $8.
And you're also popular enough and put out a good enough content. You can actually start making money from Twitter, which people, I think it sounds absurd, but I think you can start making money.
So, do I have to put a tip jar out, or how does that work?
No, it's you need to drive enough engagement. I think if you get
sounds like a lot of
you get 3 million views in a month, they pay you. I don't know exactly how it is, but you should do that. I think it'd be good for you.
Well, I'll put that on my to-do list. Matt LaFleur has given out a to-do list for his offense today, and it is don't stink like you did yesterday. So I don't. I did not think they had a good day yesterday. There's no debate. But I was a little surprised that he was as harsh as he critiqued them.
Well,
he said there were...
So the interesting part of that, Jason, is you were just saying on Monday about the train, the hype train.
That's where I'm going.
All right, continue
You're reading my mind. No. Is this a calculated maneuver by the head coach? Quote, it's hard to put a winning performance out there with that kind of practice. There were way too many busted assignments from the receivers when they installed new concepts. Jordan Love has gotten flustered when those busts have occurred.
Ooh, was he chippy?
That's the first time I've heard the word flustered.
Was he chippy with his wideouts like a certain older quarterback was?
Oh, no, he's not chippy with his wideouts anymore. We'll get to that during the 11 o'clock hour. So, is this calculated? You've had coaches who, like my old mentor and good friend Tom Mulhern, R.I.P., who is one of Sydney's godfathers, used to be able to, he had an uncanny knack in the early part of my career and certainly before I even got on the beat. He could predict the eruption of Mount Holmgren within a day. Like, he knew it was coming. And whether they deserved it or not, Mike Holmgren was going to give it to him. And is this the 2023 version of a much tinier, like, baby volcano eruption that this is calculated from the head coach?
I don't think it's calculated. I don't know if that's how LaFleur operates, but you could always tell when guys were getting a little big for their britches, or you could see that the offense was having a big day and maybe we're getting a little fat and happy. The last thing coaches ever want, they like edge. Complacency kills, or feeling like you've arrived and made it. And I don't think anybody over there did, but coaches have to be nimble. They have to mix things up, and they have to understand what their team needs at that time. So sometimes you got to pat a guy on the butt and say, their confidence is shot, or they're beaten into submission by the media and everything else, and they'll make a point to build you back up. But coaches can't stand complacency, and they can't stand when maybe somebody is feeling a little too comfortable. And I feel like that's what you just heard, what you were just talking about. It made me think immediately. Listen, all of the reportage and everybody is saying about how Jordan is this, and the Packers are back, and all this other stuff. It takes me back to the thought process that the Packers are really enjoying being an underdog, not being the big dog that everybody's shooting arrows at. So I think Matt LaFleur wants to keep that hunger, keep that youth, and this group, veteran player. I can remember Coach Alvarez would have speeches before games, and we would all, like Dav and I and some of the, when we were in year 4, we've been around long enough, we could kind of predict.
Sure.
Protect this house. These guys disrespect your blank. You could always kind of get the sense of where the coach needed, where he felt the team needed to be. And when you're a veteran, you've been around long enough, and you know what the coach is doing. And that doesn't mean you're not bought in. You're so bought in that you're selling what the coach is selling.
Right.
That's how this whole thing works. Right. So obviously the players that have been around Matt LaFleur long enough see it, understand it, and the young players, it still gets them to sit up a little bit taller in their chair and to listen a little bit more, because everybody loves to get patted on the back. Not everybody loves to get yelled at and kind of challenged. And LaFleur obviously felt like yesterday that needs to happen today.
I didn't think it was good enough, Matt LaFleur said of the number one offense yesterday. That's from Bill Huber from Sports Illustrated. All right. I want to get down to practice. How much water or Gatorade should I take, you think? Do I take 2 bottles?
I think it'd be fun for you to get one of those beer drinking helmets, and you put 2 big 16, 20-ounce bottles of water, whatever it is, into those, or you can put the straw, and you can just, because then you can keep your hands free when you're doing your radio show and writing your notes.
Be better than the bucket hat.
Oh, by the way, I have been gone for a while. How did the Jack in the Box go when you were doing the Jordan Love interview?
Haven't had the chance to get set up in time yet.
3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks.
You don't understand.
No, I do understand.
No, you don't. People, I don't get to go in the locker room early to set up for the Jack in the Box.
After you discuss that with Fanning and the whole crew over there, they're not going to give you a little bone and say, all right, go in.
They don't want me going in early when guys are just getting off the practice field. They don't want me getting special treatment, but they do. They love the idea of me hiding in the hamper and popping out.
God, that'll be good.
But like every time I get to the locker room, there's already a large group of people surrounding that laundry hamper.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to beat the crowd to do it.
It's tough.
We need a day where they don't think Jordan's going to speak, and then he does. And I'm the only one who knows that he's going to talk. That's what we do.
Why don't you see if old boy can't give you a little heads up?
I will ask Jordan. Well, I can't ask Jordan because then he'll know
No,
it's
you
coming.
can't ask Jordan.
I got to ask somebody else.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I will check into that. But I do need to get to practice. I would have appreciated the beer drinking batting helmet idea a little bit earlier than now, because now I don't have time to pick one up in time to get there for practice. So I'm going to head down to Ray Nitschke Field. Meanwhile, you and Strofe are going to play some Wilde and Tausch trivia.
Geography Wednesday.
Yeah, you're playing, pal.
Yeah, no, I'm always playing on Wednesday. I love it. I kind of want to just play trivia all the time.
So Strofe's going to ask all the questions. You're going to play along.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be gone, and it'll be just Strofe and our contestant.
This might be a train wreck, but it could be great. We'll find out.
You can read, right?
Sometimes.
Fair.
Wait a minute. Before we say that it's not going to be a train wreck, who wrote the questions?
Jesse.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Then we can't say for certain that reading is enough for this.
Sounds like it's going to be about Suits.
I have
the show on
fact-checked
Netflix.
Which is a great show.
He can't stop texting about how great Suits is.
It is a great show.
He's working very hard from home, as you can tell. All right. Caller 10. Caller 10 for Jordan Love. Caller 10. 844-770-3776. 844-770-3776. Caller 10. Strofe will read the questions. Tausch will play along. I will make my way down to Ray Nitschke Field for Packers practice, the last open to fans practice of 2023. Trivia is next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you. No one else does it like Scalzo and Brust.
You would acknowledge this is a little bit, attention-seeking. You acknowledge that, right?
No, what are you talking about? Have you ever met Ben Brust before? Yeah. Have you ever been to the room with Ben Brust? Yeah. No, I didn't do this for attention.
I thought we all agreed on that before this even started.
But this was the thesis of the show.
Scalzo and Brust. Weekdays 4 to 6 on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Bud Light.
The Chevy Summer Drive is here. Time to set your sights on summer adventure with a brand new Chevrolet. Take your pick from a full lineup of trucks and SUVs, like the strong and capable Silverado with its powerful Turbo Max engine. There's the versatile and stylish Equinox with an EPA estimated 31 miles per gallon on the highway. Don't miss exciting offers on Chevy's award-winning lineup, and pack more fun into your summer. See your local Chevy dealer and visit WisconsinDriveChevy.com.
Kevin Moret here from Mentality Men's Health. Guys, did you know that the stored belly fat reduces your free testosterone? The more the belly grows, the harder it is to drop, mostly because of the decrease in free T. It's a vicious cycle that men are losing, and unfortunately, everyone can see it. Mentality breaks that cycle with semaglutide, an industry-changing weight loss medication that can help you lose up to 15% of your body weight while preserving your testosterone. Join our over 20,000 clients to look and feel the way you deserve. In Milwaukee, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin present your Badger Minute. Here's Alex Strofe.
This Badger Minute brought to you by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Proudly serving Wisconsin for over 90 years. Hop in or hop online at uwcu.org to join. Former Wisconsin linebacker Nick Herbig is making his impact in his first year as a Pittsburgh Steeler. In this past weekend's preseason game against the Buffalo Bills, Herbig had 3 tackles, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin, when he was asked about the 4th-round picks coming out party this preseason.
You know, we like doing business with Wisconsin, man. Just schematically, it's the same thing that made us comfortable when we drafted TJ and Loudermilk and Benton. And so I can't tell you that I'm overly shocked at what we're seeing from him.
Bundle a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens for as low as $188 per month at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin at PellaWI.com.
Are you looking for the perfect restaurant for your next night out? Then make Aria, the acclaimed restaurant inside St. Kate, your next dinner destination. Specializing in artisanal American cuisine, Aria features carefully prepared seasonal entrees along with a robust selection of craft cocktails, wine, and local beer. Join them on Sundays for the restaurant's famous trademark chicken, served family style with sides like mashed potatoes, goat cheese biscuits, and more. Make your plans today to dine at Aria. Learn more and make reservations at aria@stkate.com. That's aria@stkate.com.
Brian, why are you stacking books on the floor?
I want to stand while I work. Standing desks are all the rage these days.
Well, it's a good thing that these desks move up and down. You did know that, right?
What? They do?
Yeah, we're not messing around here.
This is great. Now, only if I had a chair to swivel around in.
Do you just not pay attention to everybody else's desks?
Well, no wonder I'm not getting much done these days.
Coakley Brothers and Brothers Interiors, the official moving and furniture provider of GKB Milwaukee.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it. Unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Wilde and Tausch rolling on your Wednesday. Jason on his way to practice. I'm Alex Strofe with the Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher in the Everlight Solar Studio downtown Madison. And Tausch, it's Wednesday.
Love Wednesday trivia.
I know you love Wednesday trivia, which means you get to play along as we play Wisconsin Geography Wednesday trivia. Today's contestant, Sean in Waukesha. Sean, how are you today, my friend?
Good. Hot. It's hot.
It's warm out.
Yeah, I always wondered, I don't want to be old, dude. Sean, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
57.
57. Do you remember when you were a kid, did anyone ever say, oh, it's hot out? You'd get some Freezy Pops from the freezer. You'd grab the garden hose. You'd dump it on yourself. You'd drink out of the garden hose. Nobody's, giving all this stuff. Am I crazy?
It's true, Mark. Very true. Very true.
I'm getting to be old.
I feel like that's the way it was when I was a kid.
I am in the construction world, so today is not a very good day for them guys.
Might be a double water jug day. When I used to pour concrete, I'd get double water jug days like today.
Definitely.
Well, good. All right, Wisconsin Geography Wednesday. You feeling confident, Sean? How are you in this topic? You going to be okay today?
I think I've played it once before and got 2 out of 3, so we'll see what happens.
Sean, where do you think up north starts? Because our friends over with the Wisconsin Clothing Company was dumping some stuff out yesterday, and it's easy to me that Highway 29 north of Wausau is the line of demarcation for me. I don't know if
I'd have to agree with that.
Okay. I like. Let's get Sean 3 entries.
I'd have to agree with that.
Let's get Sean 3 entries so he can get a little ice cream sundae or something to keep cool here.
If it was up to me, I'd agree, but it's not up to me. It's up to the hall monitor.
That's true.
So bring it up with him. All right, let's get into it. Question at number 1, Sean in Waukesha. Which of these Wisconsin cities is named after the 4th president of the United States? Is it Madison? Is it Monroe? Or is it my neck of the woods, Michigan? Madison, Monroe, or Michigan?
Okay. We'll go with Monroe.
I was going to say,
Tough
that
start.
was not a gimme.
Madison.
Yeah.
That was a fail.
Monroe was 6, right? Was he the 6th president?
Looking at the
I don't
wrong
know
guy.
why.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't
good
even
at
know why I would ask that
presidential
question.
trivia.
Madison was 4. Okay.
Madison was 4, indeed.
Washington, Adams, Jefferson, and then Madison.
Let's brush it off, Sean. On to question number 2. Which of these is not the name of one of the high schools located in Kenosha, Wisconsin? Is it Kenosha Tremper? Is it Kenosha Parker? Or is it Kenosha Bradford? Looking for the one that doesn't exist. Tremper, Parker, or Bradford in Kenosha?
The second one.
Yeah, I would agree.
Kenosha Parker is correct. That would be Janesville Parker. Right,
yes.
you got it. Little trickery. Trickeration. All right, question 3. Let's finish strong here, Sean, in Waukesha. Here we go. Question 3. Latitudinally, which of these Wisconsin high schools...
I love these questions.
I'm going to start over. I hate those words. All right, starting over. Question 3. Latitudinally, which of these Wisconsin high schools is located furthest north? Furthest north. Is it Kimberly? Is it D.C. Everest? Or is it Lakeside Lutheran?
I feel pretty good about this one.
I'm gonna have to go with the first one.
First one is Kimberly.
I think it's
Tausch,
DC,
what say you?
DC Everest.
Sean, I'm going to give you the opportunity.
No, it's not how it works.
It is DC Everest. Tausch had it correct.
Is it DC Everest?
Yeah.
Up in Wausau.
Good call. Good call, Tausch.
Yeah, just a little bit below Highway 29, I believe.
You're correct on that. Yeah, good. Well done. You know your Wisconsin geography, Tauschi. Sean, as for you, not so much. You get 2 entries into Friday's drawing. You went 1 for 3. We appreciate you listening and playing, as always. Thanks, Sean.
All right. Love you guys.
Good effort. That first question was tough.
Was it?
No, it was. If you're not, you didn't know.
I mean, I don't know the order of presidents.
Well, then you wouldn't know it.
But I would have gone with Madison. I felt like that one was easy.
It wasn't that easy. Madison and Monroe. Monroe's right in that same ballpark as far as when he was a president.
Is the city of Monroe named after said president?
I would think so.
I would also think so, but do we know that for a fact?
I don't.
Okay.
I haven't studied that. I don't know the city of Monroe like I probably should. I know there's great cheese down there.
There is. The cheesemakers, yes.
Yeah, the Limburger. Big Limburger town.
Is that the best cheese?
No, Pepper Jack is probably the best. I've become a big fan of feta. Feta is a great cheese that's underrated. Put in a lot of dishes. You can make a lot of great dishes with a little feta.
I don't know that I've done feta before. So Jason on his way to practice, Tausch, and I don't know if you talked about this earlier in the week at all, but Zach Tom at right tackle, I'm fired up about him.
Yeah, you should be. You can always tell where the organization's at when you can see kind of how they prioritize reps. And Zach Tom is somebody that they've trusted early on. He played last year. They're moving him and playing center, and he continues to kind of answer the bell wherever they put him. That's what coaches and personnel people love. And now that he's settled in, and again, limited sample size, I'll be shocked if he's not going to be the guy. Josh Myers, they've pushed. I think they're hoping that he'll jump up and take that center job by the horns. But Zach Tom is going to be your starting right tackle.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable there. But on Josh Myers, Tausch, another bad snap at practice yesterday. How concerning should that be to Packers fans? Because he had the one on Saturday and another one yesterday.
I think it should be concerning because, again, that stuff happens usually first couple days of training camp. If it's happening on a consistent basis, that means there's something flawed with how they're going about doing it. And one of those plays turns football games. You can't win when you're going to turn the ball over on a quarterback center exchange. It's going to happen occasionally. If you get one a year, you kind of okay. But the frequency of what you're seeing, and that's probably a big part of why the Packers are frustrated and looking at trying to find somebody else to jump in there. But I think he has played football at that spot. They want to keep him in there. They want him to feel pushed. I think he's felt pushed, but I think he's going to settle in and end up being your starting center when you go down to Chicago.
I just don't know what the other options are, right? Because you mentioned
Tom.
Tom was playing over there, but then what do you do at right tackle?
Listen, if you really don't trust and don't believe he can do it, you would have somebody else in there.
Yeah.
They gave reps. They tried to kind of figure out, but I think Zach Tom has played really well out at offensive tackle. They feel good about that. I think they're also thinking about how are they going to move forward if David Bakhtiari can't play every game. How do they want to align their guys? And you don't want to be moving people around. Josh Myers can't play tackle. So I think all of it is still going to be fluid with the exception of that left side of the offensive line when they're healthy. I think there's going to be a lot of fluidity. And I started seeing more of this when guys, you moved one of the preseason games and got rid of it. You're seeing this, and New England has done this for a while now. Belichick still uses the regular season as audition tape because now there isn't, while you're playing against third-string guys. You now see how these guys react versus these different blitzes with the ones out there playing. And if guys step up and elevate their game, because you gave a job in September 10th, that doesn't mean September 29th. Oh, nope, we already gave that up. Nope. It is constantly fluid. There's more fluidity now with the way the less practices and less preseason games than there was in the past.
That's fair. I guess what would make me feel better, to your point, is as long as the pressure stays on a guy like Josh Myers, who in his third year should take that big step at center, as long as this pressure stays on.
Listen, if Josh Myers is fumbling snaps and he's not playing good football, they've done this in the past where Jeff Saturday was benched at the end of a season for Evan Dietrich Smith. All of these jobs, it's always fluid. Quarterbacks, it's fluid. If you're not performing, you build depth and you give other opportunities. And especially in a year when Brian Gutekunst has said it's not about winning as much as it is about freeing up opportunities, veteran players should be on high alert too. As far as if they're not performing, you might see a quicker pull or quicker hook than what you've seen in the past.
He's the Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher. I'm Alex Strofe. Jason Wilde will rejoin the program next, live from the sidelines of the final open to the public training camp practice up in Green Bay. Jason will join us next as we run through his observations from the final open to the public practice up in Green Bay. Stick around. It's Wilde and Tausch back in 2 minutes.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Harry Douglas.
When you look at Jonathan Taylor and what he's meant to this organization, we're talking about not too long ago this being a MVP candidate, a guy that eclipsed over 1,800 yards rushing, and I think he's a three-down back, a guy that can stay on the football field on first, second, and third down and have massive production from the running back position. But we're not far removed from the owner of the Indianapolis Colts, Jim Irsay, kind of putting his foot in his mouth, because now we're at the situation where they're allowing him to seek a trade and listen to trade offers of the whole nine, the team as well. But when you have your owner come out and basically devalue what Jonathan Taylor means to your organization and also the running back position, not showing him that value, then how are you going to turn around if you're going to trade him and then ask for what you want and expect the team to give it to you?
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Greg Scalzo and Ben Bruss.
Catch us Monday through Friday, 4 to 6.
Right here on 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
The 11 o'clock hour of Wilde and Tausch, live from Packers' final open to the public training camp practice of 2023.
Did you find some shade?
Well, so here's the thing. Came down here, 11 o'clock, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. It is hot. My Gatorade Fit, which is the only thing fit about me, is already sweating on the sides of the bottle. It ain't no joke out here, that's for sure. But I'm not sure it's like as oppressive as advertised. But I'm also not on the rubbery surface of the outer track of the practice field. So I will have an update on that about 11:20.
Because
that's when they're coming
They're
out.
on a grass field today too, right?
They are.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Oh.
I'm on a rubbery track area, which it's a lot hotter there.
It's definitely hotter, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well,
I appreciate your concern.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
But the mistake I made is that they're going to be they're not going to come out onto Ray Nitschke Field until 11:20. So I could have pushed back my journey down here. But I'm here, so I'm ready for it, and so are lots of Packers fans, as it is the last open practice.
So, Jason, I just heard Strophe do his Sports Center.
Okay.
And LaFleur talking about there's these battles going on. I'm assuming safety's one of them. What other battles are we talking about as this last preseason game comes up? What are the battle lines as far as what we're looking at, who's going to be starting come September 11th, 12th, whatever day it is, down in Chicago?
Yeah, there's only one.
Oh, that's not what he just said.
Well, there's a battle for the number 3
No, he said there's
running
battles
back
going
job.
on. Battles.
Sure, there's a battle for the number 3 running back job. There's a battle for, I guess, punter.
Okay.
If you think that the Irish lad Daniel Whalen is making a charge
you
there.
still thinking old boy's going to get...
No, I mean, I think Daniel Whalen's been inconsistent, so if they were to go to him,
Well,
they
Anders
would
Carlson's been
Yes,
inconsistent.
their kicker.
He's kicking.
Right, and that's the difference.
You
is
got to
that
give
they invested a
opportunities
draft
to
pick in
grow.
him.
You got to
Which they
grow.
did not do for right. No question, that's been their mantra. They did not invest a draft pick in Daniel Whalen. They did in Anders Carlson, so he's going to get all kinds of rope. I don't know if Daniel Whalen gets that or not. I also don't know if you already have a kicker who missed some kicks again yesterday. If you want to be then giving him an inexperienced holder on top of it, which is what Daniel Whalen would be. So it's I would say that's a battle. But beyond that, like, I don't know, 5th wide receiver, right? Of Malik Heath and Dontavion Wicks and
Wicks ain't getting cut.
But right, he's not. So I don't think there's that many battles. Whatever Matt LaFleur said, the reality is that safety is the one battle where I don't think it's very clear at all. my guy Rudy Ford, who you like to tease me about, started camp with the 1s, then was demoted to the 2s. Then he was with the 3s at one point as Tavarius Moore and Jonathan Owens were ahead of him. And now, yesterday, he was back with the starters. So I don't think that they have any clarity whatsoever on that spot. And that, again, I'm not saying that Adrian Amos is the equivalent of David Bakhtiari, but for a very low price for a veteran player, why wouldn't it have been better to just bring him back on like the 1-year deal he got from the Jets?
Got to have opportunity for growth.
That's what I've heard. But if you have 4 guys that are competing for a starting job, do you have anyone? Any of them?
And it's
really?
not like with Mason Crosby, you went and got Anders Carlson, so you say, okay, boom.
Right.
So, and with not bringing back Mercedes Lewis, you drafted 2 guys that you want to. So you can understand the thought process, but here, nothing against Owens or Rudy Ford, but these are guys everybody could have had. This isn't like some young draft pick. I know they got my guy, Anthony Johnson Jr. from Iowa State. You have, but was he a 7th-round pick?
Correct.
So they're not going to.
You can get good players down there.
You can, but you're not like, oh, here you go, let's let you roll. There's none of that, and especially this late in camp, you don't have that. So I think it was just more, thank you for your service, Adrian. It's time to move on. I understand that. You didn't think he was good enough last year, and you don't think he's going to get better with another year of age. And your focus is on growth and getting young players that you can really build into the future with. That's obviously what the Green Bay Packers have done. But it's surprising with a team this young if there's only one spot that's still up for debate. Like, that's interesting to me.
Yeah, they're committed to a lot of guys on this offense. I suppose the other one, Tausch, that I feel like is more or less decided, even though they haven't announced it, it seems pretty clear to me they've decided on their offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, you and I and Bill Huber and Rob Domofsky clearly like Yash Nyman more than anybody else does around here.
But Yash will make this team.
He will make this team, but he will, and I'm not sure that Rasheed Walker has moved into the swing tackle spot either. I still think that's probably Yash's job. But Rasheed Walker certainly has had some moments where he's at least pressing for that. But to me, they're going to start Bakhtiari, Jenkins, Myers, Runyon, and Tom. I don't know. There's no evidence anywhere that those aren't decided other than the fact that they haven't flat out said that it's been decided. So where are these battles other than safety?
That's
I don't
why
see
I asked.
them.
I was curious because you just kind of look around and you think, well, feels like everything. Now, who's going to be? Is Rashawn Gary going to be healthy enough to be a starter? Or is he going to be a situational guy until he gets his feet underneath him? I mean, there's going to be questions once those final cuts are made. All right, anybody that you think as someone that the Packer fans, not a first-year player, that you think is on the chopping block that might not be on this roster come next Sunday, Monday, whenever final cuts are announced?
So they cut another former draft pick yesterday in Jake Hansen. But Jake Hansen seems like he's always hurt, so I wasn't surprised by that at all. I don't see them moving on from any of their draft picks. Like, here's another guy that's interesting. Grant Dubose, who missed a lot of time and had some back problems at the start of camp, but he's had some moments, right? But again, he's a draft pick. Goody doesn't cut his draft picks. Very rarely does he move on from a draft pick right away. He even gave Jamon Moore an extra year, and it was pretty clear right away that Jamon Moore was not unlike Joey Jamison in 2000. But to me, there's not that many veteran guys that are left, and this is the difference, Tausch, from maybe when you were playing, is that there used to be a surprise cut or two or more every summer, right? And now you kind of decide on, for all intents and purposes, you decide on your team in the offseason. So there's not, you moved on from Adrian Amos and didn't bring him back. Like, if he'd had 1 year left on his contract and they wanted to move on, they would have cut him then. They wouldn't have taken him all the way through camp and then cut him at the end, which I think was more commonplace when you were playing.
And there was more restructure. I mean, Adrian Amos got his contract restructured like 10 times, too.
Right. Well, so I don't know, like, of course, they wouldn't be surprises if we saw them coming. But, like, I could see Pat O'Donnell. That wouldn't surprise me.
Is Jonathan Owens going to make this football team?
So if he's not your starter, and Rudy Ford is, one of the things that Rudy Ford, Justin McCoy, we had all of our cousin subs of the day while you were gone, Tausch. Mm-hmm. Now we've got an actual cousin subs executive at practice now that you're back.
Yeah, tell Justin he owes me a phone call, too. We've had
Justin Tausch says you owe him a phone call, but we're on the air, and I'm supposed to tell you that immediately. I do. I will call you, he says. So there you go. I'm just bringing people together here.
Tell him I want a pepperoni melt, too.
He's out of your shot now. Sorry. I'll put in your order at the next commercial break. But to your point about the veterans, I can see the possibility, even though when I said it to Pat O'Donnell on the first day of practice, I think he was mildly offended and I had to do some damage control there.
You mean that he was getting, hey, Pat, I think you're going to get cut.
Well, I didn't quite say it that way. I said, Pat O'Donnell, what the hell are you doing here? You're 30 years old. You shouldn't be here. They don't want 30-year-olds on this team. But beyond that, it's not like they're going to move on from Preston Smith and install Lucas Van Ness as a starter. Lucas Van Ness, for me anyway, has been a lot like Rashawn Gary was in 2019. Drafted on potential and unlikely to contribute significantly as a rookie.
Oh, I think he'll contribute more than you think.
Well, not early on, I don't think.
Okay, maybe not early on.
He may get snaps. Whether or not he actually contributes on them, it is. And look, I don't need to tell you how smart you are. We tell you that all the time. But that whole idea of, okay, I was a good bull rusher or power guy in college, and now I'm going up against professional tackles. You're 100% right about that. Right now, at this point, he has strength and nothing else. And so if you were blocking Lucas Van Ness, what would you do?
You anchor.
Right. I mean, so until he cultivates, and look, that's one of the things that Rashawn Gary has been great about. He has cultivated counter moves, and that's why he's been productive. So
elite.
Well, not quite yet, but some might say. So is there something that, as you go into this preseason finale, and I kind of want to set up a little bit of Jordan Love conversation here because I want to get to what Dan Graziano said about him because he's a dissenting voice in the ESPN universe at this point. But I saw your tweet about how you like the fact that Love is going to play. We could talk about that coming up. But is there anything else going into this game other than the uncertainty of safety where you're like, I'm going to watch this because this is what I need to see? Is there anything on your list that you view that way?
Well, I mean, if Rashawn Gary plays, which I would think he might.
Imagine.
I don't know. That's the part that's kind of interesting because I think Matt LaFleur has made himself pretty clear in the last couple of years he wanted to have these guys play more because the clunkers that they played in the openers. You have that weak buffer, and you're at this point you're so close to the finish line that you don't want a hammy getting yanked 30 yards from the finish line. If you're going to get guys hurt, you want it to be in the regular season. And Rashawn Gary coming back, I would bet if I was Rashawn Gary and I came back from an ACL and we played in Cleveland, you want to get out there. I don't want to have that uncertainty in the, oh, boy, I hope my leg holds up. Yeah, I go through all this practice, I'm doing this, but it's just different. I can understand Rashawn saying, I just want to get a couple pass rushes just to get back out there. That would be the only thing that's super intriguing to me because, as you said, the drama of any of the other stuff, now there might be some surprise, but no, I want to see Jordan Love finish the offseason up or the preseason strong. And I see the Bears sitting Justin Fields last week, and I just wonder, that's for made men. Sitting stuff out, that's for, I watched some of The Godfather. That's for the made guys.
Which streaming service did you find that on?
It was on whatever airline I was on. Under Epic Classics, because, as I said, the other stuff is all junk. Jordan Love isn't a made man, and I want to see him go out and compete. And I know we saw the fumbled snap and the potential Drew Brees-esque type shoulder injury. I just think, man, you see it with his teammates. You see him bowing up when somebody jacks somebody up, and you see the teammates rally. That stuff matters. It's important, and I was wondering after he had success in that last drive against New England if that was going to be the last we saw of him, and I was hoping, I hope that's not the case. I could understand if they did, and if they decide not to play him, I know Matt LaFleur said he's going to. Things can change. I am excited to still see Jordan finish the preseason off with a nice drive, get a tutter, and have everybody coalescing and saying, man, we feel awesome heading into Chicago.
Well, we will talk more about what's realistic to do with Jordan Love and what to expect from how much playing time he'll have, how he'll perform, etc. coming up next. I would also say this. I really want to hear what Dan Graziano had to say, because not that I'm looking for the negative by any stretch of the imagination, but I do want to hear somebody who's not on the hype train, other than apparently Matt LaFleur, based on how yesterday's practice went. I know when it comes to AmFam, Tausch, we are always driving the hype train. And speaking of hype trains, there's one rolling pretty quick as well in Madison with the Badger football team.
There is. Badger fans, American Family Insurance wants to give you and a friend a VIP experience at a Badger football or basketball game during the 2023 season. You and a friend receive pregame sideline or courtside passes, a tour of the facility, and tons of great merch to support your Badgers. Enter today at amfam.com/Badgers. No purchase is necessary. Dream fearlessly. Insure carefully.
We will have that conversation about what Dan Graziano had to say and how much Jordan Love should play next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio. Even when you think you know what's going on.
Grew up on the farm. I knew how to run a bulldozer. Obviously, skid loaders are easy.
You can never be too sure.
A nice plow truck would be nice.
Everybody knows that.
What is a skid loader?
You know, the thing with the bucket and one of those.
Jen, Gabe, and Chewy.
I mean, if you didn't get it before, I don't know if you can explain it any more clearly than that.
Morning 7 to 9 on 94.5 ESPN and available wherever you get your podcasts with Wisconsin On Demand.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality Men's Health. We hear stories every day in our clinics that what used to work for guys doesn't anymore. Increase cardio, cut out certain food, nothing stops the changes in their bodies, especially the weight. The fact is, years of decreasing testosterone is packed on the belly fat that won't go away. We've introduced a medication, semaglutide, that helps drop 15% of the body weight on average while preserving testosterone. Join the over 20,000 Mentality clients and jumpstart your results. In Milwaukee, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
Take it to the house this season and enjoy tailgating from your own backyard. Tito's wants to make sure you have the best tailgate on the block. You can win game day gear for your next gathering by entering to win at Tito'sTailgate.com. Be sure to enter by November 15th for your chance to win a Solo Stove Grill, a Brewmate back tap for batch cocktails, or a Tito's football jersey. For official rules, visit Tito'sTailgate.com. Must be 21 years old to enter. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Stay up to date on the Green and Gold all off season. The Green and Gold Fix podcast is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Luxury stay, elite play, unwind in sophisticated comfort. Win big, dine, and experience the events in Milwaukee. Let's get the latest from Lambeau. This is your Green and Gold Fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. Want that mirror finish on your car? You need Z-Gloss by Z-Bart. Z-Gloss is a 3-layer ceramic coating that not only gives your car that mirror finish, it protects it from everything that Mother Nature can throw at it. Visit ZBart.com for more information.
Another preseason game down for the Packers. A home loss to the Patriots in the game that did end early due to a Patriots player being carted started off. As for the football, Jordan Love making the most of his time, his second start this preseason. He finished 5 of 8 for 84 yards and a touchdown to Jaden Reed. So is he ready for the opener in Chicago in a couple of weeks?
I think I'm definitely ready for week 1 and carry on throughout the season. I think these first 2 games were a lot of good work. Obviously, getting the practice in with Cincy and with the Patriots as well. But I think playing in that last game would just be getting more reps.
This has been your Green and Gold Fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee.
Heading up north this summer for some golf? Be sure to book a tee time at the Ball Golf Course, an Arnold Palmer masterpiece just north of Milwaukee on the way to Kohler. It's the best destination for your next Wisconsin round of golf. Enjoy golf. Enjoy the bog.
Change the way you do business and take more control of the payment process with Fifth Third Bank's Treasury Management Solutions. Their market expertise and managed services streamline the entire payment process and integrate with your existing systems, giving you more control than ever. With their suite of payment solutions, you will soon recognize new revenue sources that can save time, offset operating costs, and improve the bottom line, all customized for your business. Fifth Third Bank National Association. Custom solutions built around your goals. Member FDIC.
Are you ready to be treated like a VIP? Drop the third-party apps and download the Cousins Club app for true VIP status. Then order your favorite subs and sides directly on the Cousins Club app to reap the rewards. You'll get access to exclusive, limited-time only products, coupons, and special offers. And you'll earn reward points, free food, and Cousins merchandise. Now that's how a VIP should be treated. Cousins Subs. We believe in better.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
Wilde and Tausch continues live from Packers training camp practice at Reinitschke Field. They're in full pads, Tausch. You're in the cozy, cool Everlight Solar ESPN Madison studios.
Nice in here too.
But you remember these days for sure.
I do.
And full pads is not exactly the coolest outfit to be wearing under these conditions either. But they've got a 2-hour practice that is underway here at Reinitschke Field. Before we get to our Jordan Love conversation that I wanted to have, I'm watching Tyler Goodson, who is working with one of the athletic trainers. He had the shoulder injury in the Cincinnati game. He's been out ever since. You know this as well as anyone. Availability is the most important ability. The number 3 running back job, he was really in a very good position when that injury occurred. What do you do when you're that guy?
Ugh.
And you still you've had a good camp, but now you've been sidelined for basically 2 weeks. Time is running out. You've seen everyone get excited about Emmanuel Wilson, who I still almost called Emmanuel Lewis, who of course played Webster in the 80s. There's so much out of your control. What do you do when you're in that situation like Tyler Goodson is?
I think all you can do is when you get back out there, you put your best foot out there, and there's sometimes, timing isn't it just didn't work out for you there. But the great thing about this new practice squad eligibility is you're going to continue to work. I don't think there's any doubt if he doesn't make the 53, he'll be on a practice squad here or somewhere else. And running backs now, we're seeing it with the Jonathan Taylor situation play out. Opportunities continue to come up, and guys you continue to put yourself. It is tough mentally, especially when you're sitting out there and you're watching Taylor and some of these other guys playing good football, and you realize you don't want to be rooting against guys, but you realize that might mean my shot is gone, at least in this time, because nobody wants to wait. Patience in the NFL, patience will run out and you're gone. And then the next thing you know, you're 28 years old, you're Eddie Lacy, and you got a garage sale that you're selling all your stuff as you're moving on out. It's how the world works in the NFL. So all you can do if you're Goodson is, I'm going to work, I'm going to get back out there, I'm going to put good tape out, and then I am going to continue to make it really difficult for Brian Gutekunst or anyone else to not give me an opportunity. So if something happens to Aaron Jones or A.J. Dillon or whomever ends up being that third back, hey, I'm ready. All you can do is be ready when that opportunity comes.
The roster reduction is in less than a week. And the other difference from when you played, Tausch, and obviously you did not get cut as a young player. You earned a starting role fairly quickly. But it's from 90 to 53, and then you can add 16 back onto the practice squad. So we're really talking about going from 90 to 69-ish, because you may not have all 16 of your practice squad guys be your guys that were in camp. But that is next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is right around the corner.
Yeah.
And so, Tyler Goodson working with a trainer right now is great and all, but that's not the same as being out there in full pads. He's out here in shorts. And another one of those long-sleeve, moisture-wicking shirts. Tausch, a man ahead of his time when it comes to those. All right, I want to get to what Dan said about Jordan Love. Dan Graziano is one of the NFL national reporters for ESPN. We've talked a lot about how everyone seems to be driving the hype train for him, except, of course, Matt LaFleur, who put the brakes on the hype train this morning, talking about how the number one offense performed in yesterday's practice. Let's hear what Dan had to say and see if he's got a dissenting opinion at this point.
I think it's still an overreaction. I think there's a ways to go here in Green Bay. He's exciting. He's talented. He looks great in the preseason games. And by all accounts, the people I've talked to on the teams that have practiced against them, they're impressed. But it's a young offense overall. It's a young offense around him. It's a young quarterback starting for the first time. I think there's going to be some ups and downs in Green Bay, even though ultimately I think he's on the way up.
Wow, Dan could fill in if I ever take another day off after my big 2 weeks off this offseason, right? Isn't he sounding just like me right there?
He sounds like someone that is talking to New England and Cincinnati. It's not like he's, some teams that have played against him. Well, there's only two teams that have done that at that point. But that continues to reiterate the point of he's been better than I think some people thought.
Yeah,
and
myself included.
You should be excited as a Packer fan, but a lot of youth, a lot different animal when you're talking preseason and regular season. That's common sense.
We've had this conversation before, I know, but maybe not this way. You were on the 08 team when Rodgers took over, and we've talked about how you had Driver, and you had Jennings going into year 3, and James Jones going into year 2, and Donald Lee was certainly not Travis Kelce or Tony Gonzalez, but he was experienced, right? Do you think that you would have even more confidence, optimism, whatever you want to call it, if Jordan Love had more experienced guys around him? Or, I mean, when you watch these young guys, when you watch Jaden Reed, when you watch Romeo Doubs, when you watch Christian Watson, you're looking at 3 guys that look really talented to me. And Samori Toure's had a good camp. We've talked about Malik Heath a lot. I guess my question is, would you rather have youthful, inexperienced talent that's going to make some errors that you hope dissipate by the second half of the season, or would you rather have veteran guys so he has a better chance right off the bat to be a little more productive and a little more comfortable?
Jason, you don't throw dice, right? You don't play craps?
I do not. No,
okay,
I don't.
So my question to the craps throwers out there would be, because it's...
I throw a lot of crap.
Would you rather get the point set 6, 8, 5, 6, 8, 9, or would you have the point set 4 or 10?
I have no idea what that means.
So the dice, the reason Vegas likes craps is because 7 comes up the most often. And when you're talking about what you just were going through, would you rather have Devontae Adams? I'd rather have those points that are more likely to come up, because you know the statistical odds of it are it's going to hit 6 more than you're going to roll a 12 or an 11, because you have more combinations to do it.
Correct.
Your offense is going to have a better opportunity if you have a stud like Devontae Adams, or if you have some veterans that really know what they're doing and that can help Jordan Love along. That should be common sense. That's not where you're at. But when you hit a 6 or an 8, you get paid out, but you don't get paid out the same as if you hit a 4 or a 10. So you're going to have bigger upside with it, but there's going to be more times that you crap out and end up having to reset than you do if you have 6 and 8. That's what the numbers say, and that it's pretty, I would think, commonsensical to say you'd feel much better. And I think with Aaron Rodgers probably felt a lot better knowing he had Greg Jennings and James Jones and young Jordy Nelson and all of the other stuff, players that he had drive, than if he would have said, you know what, just give me a bunch of rookies that are coming in and let's see what we got. You're going to feel better. Or offensive line, you know what, let's get 2 scrappy young guys, or you want these 2 old guys. Maybe you would say you wanted the 2 young guys. But you always want to have, and that's why people talk about the tight end as a security blanket, you want to have that to help you grow, because it will help you through some of the tougher times. I don't know if the analogy hit. I just don't know for you.
Well, so now, unfortunately, I have to ask a follow-up question, which I know you enjoy. So when you play craps, are you playing it safe, or are you trying to roll the less likely numbers that have the bigger payout? So
typically what happens is, let's say you roll and you get a 10. Okay, great. 10's going to pay out more on a odds. But then you also will sprinkle down, and if you're not going to play the don't pass line, you say, all right, I'm going to throw this on a 12. You get 50 to 1 if it rolls a 12. You can also go, I'm going to put it on the 6 and the 8s, because the 6 and the 8's going to hit more than a 4 and a 5. At least that's what the odds should tell you.
Are you a good craps player? Yes or no?
Yes, I think I'm a pretty good craps player. Yeah.
You're strategic. And
well,
I don't know what the do not pass
luck.
line means. You're completely losing me.
It's luck. I mean, it's got obviously luck. The odds are you're going to roll a 7 at some point, and you just hope that when you roll a 7, you have hit a bunch of other numbers. If somebody can keep the dice for a while, if Jordan Love can hold on to the dice for a while, and this offense can move and do all that, you're going to feel really good about rolling the dice. If you keep rolling 1, 2, 12 early on, you're crapping out. That's when you start wondering, do I need to replace the dice? Do I need to fire one off the table and get a new dice in there?
Jordan Love is throwing routes on air with a slightly off-the-mark catch off of a throw that wasn't quite where he wanted it to Luke Musgrave. We will continue to watch routes on air. That's where the magic happens, at least on social media. But we will do Woe Trophy live from Packers practice, the final open to the public practice of training camp. It's not as bad as I feared temperature-wise. Now, I am standing in the shade, and I'm hiding from some of the heat, but there's a nice breeze.
Get your butt out in the sun, man. Let's go.
I'm over in an area where people don't have to listen to me do half a radio show and not hear your wisdom, because that annoys people that are standing around me. So this is where I always stand. It's not just today. This is the spot, right by a garbage can. And then once I'm done talking to you and the show's over, then I'll join the rest of the crew in the sunshine and start really sweating it up on this rubbery turf. All right, we will continue. I'm continuing to watch Tyler Goodson go through his work. We got routes on air, but soon we will have some 11-on-11 work, hopefully before the show comes to a close. But Wilde Trophy is next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
After a tough battle, Catholic Memorial looks to get back on track. The Crusaders play host to the Marquette Hilltoppers on Friday night. Gabe Neitzel and Mike Bedole have the call starting at 6:30. Right here on 94.5 ESPN. Catholic Memorial Football on 94.5 ESPN is brought to you by R&R Insurance, Gerald Nell Inc., Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, Wind Dancer Balloon Promotions, Suburban Asphalt, Perspire Sauna Studio, Home Sealed Exteriors, BC Adhesives, and Lake 5 Landscape Supply.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. That's right, folks. Great Lakes Dragway's 2023 race season is in full swing. Come out to see our annual events like Memorial Day weekend, Labor Day weekend, Nitrous Streetcar Brawl, Import Wars, Larry's Fun Fest, and Bug Fest. Looking for something new and exciting? Come see the Night of Fire Jet Show. Want the track all to yourself? Email or call about a private track rental. Go to GreatLakesDragaway.com for contact information and our full season schedule. Great Lakes Dragaway, just a burnout west of I-94 on County KR. Be there.
Make the most of your summer at Maddie's Bar and Grill in New Berlin in the new Big Backyard. Greetings, ESPN Milwaukee listeners. This is Matt Anderson from Maddie's, and I invite you to check out our outdoor party paradise, featuring our new amphitheater for live music weekly and built-in 18-foot jumbotron for incredible sports viewing parties. Multiple bars, including Tapville, Greater Milwaukee's first self-pour bar featuring craft cocktails, wines, seltzers, and beer. Can't wait for you to see what we've created. See you when I'm looking at you.
Woo! I am thirsty today. Definitely gonna need a cold one. There's the one. That's right, we're going with an Oktoberfest from Potosi. And now that fall is peeking its head around the corner, I'm joined by Wonder from Potosi Brewing Company to share all about what Potosi has going on with their fall special seasonals.
Our Oktoberfest comes in at 5.5%. It's golden. It's got a great balance of hops and malts. It's a great beer. We're also coming out with Stingy Jack. This is our pumpkin spice beer. And then it's also balanced with pumpkin pie spices. That also comes in at 6.5%. Both of them come in can and in draft.
Thanks to Wonder for telling us all about the brews so we can look forward as the season starts to turn. And remember, folks, as you head towards fall and football season, the fridge better be stocked.
The summer of lower prices continues at Fleet Farm. Take Sprout Vitamin Feed Supplement for livestock. 25-pound bags, now only $19.99. And for you birders, KT Midwest Regional Blend is just $12.99 for a 7-pound bag. Plus, get 12 mega rolls of Quilted Northern Ultra for only $12.99. And enjoy Fleet Farm Beef Jerky for just $8.79 a pack. Look for new lower prices on everything you need for everyday life with price drops at Fleet Farm.
I'm just texting him back. I'm just posting a story. I'm just changing the song.
No. When it comes to distracted driving, just don't. Sending a text takes your eyes off the road for just 5 seconds, but in that time, your car can travel the length of an entire football field. Any distracted driving just isn't worth it.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
All right, I have one important, inappropriate question before we get to Wostrof. In what region is the most uncomfortable proliferation of sweat for you? Like, do you not want, does it bother you when it's on your back and your shirt is sticking, or, because it's starting to get sticky out here, and the lower half sweating, I'm not a fan of that. I can deal with, I don't care if it's pouring down my face and I have to towel off, but once we get below the equator, I really, that's uncomfortable sweating.
Are you referring to your butt crack or the little wildies?
Yes, butt sweat. Yeah, really, it's really butt sweat at this point.
Okay.
And it's pretty significant, and I'm not enjoying it at all. All right, you guys don't want to talk about that. Let's do it.
Where do you want me to go with that?
Where is the most problematic area for you?
Is anybody not going to say swampy? Like, that's the worst. Yeah.
Swampy. Well, that's where I wanted you to go with that. I didn't know that that's what you were going to do, but perfect.
Now, are you a powder guy?
I am not. See, maybe I should have been preemptively powdering.
Potentially, yeah. Probably would have been a good idea.
All right, well, it's time now for Whoa Swampy.
If the topic is good, the guys discuss.
Just the other morning I had breakfast at Tracy Rocker's house. His mama brought out 15 flapjacks. He said, Mama, take back 5 of them flapjacks. I gotta stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
But if it's not, the show must go on. It's time for
Trophy
Tausch.
All right, fellas. Jason, you and I were talking in the commercial break, but it was going back to a conversation you guys had a little bit earlier. I just want to wrap it up with Tyler Goodson because he's kind of been my guy, right? I really like him.
He's your guy. I didn't know you had a guy.
I liked him at Iowa. I hope he makes the team. He's been hurt, so I don't know. But Tausch, I'm curious from your perspective. The fact that he's been hurt, is that an advantage to the Packers if they want to bring him back, say, on the Peace Squad? Like, other teams haven't seen him as much, although he's had a nice camp. Is that actually an advantage for the Packers that he's been out of action?
I can understand your point on that. I think running backs, it's getting to be tougher and tougher. But, yeah, there's a reason guys get hidden and you don't play them and why you don't have open practices. And there's still a little bit of covertness when you like a player. You know they're going to be bubble guys, and especially at the position where everybody kind of looks at it as you can move people around. So, yeah, I think anytime you can hide. The problem is the NFL, there are not a ton of secrets. People scout these guys. They have a really good idea, and if somebody's looking for a running back and they saw what Goodson was able to do earlier and they like it, they'll be able to poach him if that's what they want to do.
Didn't want to hear that. Jason?
Well, one thing I have learned, too, that I would get frustrated with early in my career when I was working on a feature on a certain player who had done good things.
Oh, I'm still waiting for that Dunkin' Donuts spot that you had.
Was that they
Who was that guy again?
Ricky Jean-Francois.
Oh, yeah, Gériard's brother.
Yes, I think that's all he's doing now is his Dunkin' Donuts shops that he owns because he's not playing football anymore. But I guess I learned that if there was a player who they didn't think was going to make the 53 that they really liked, they did not want you writing nice things about him. They did not want that showing up and being found on the internet and teams then having their interest piqued. So coaches would not compliment players even though they really liked them. Holmgren and Sherman were really big on this, which again was a different era. But they would not want to say nice things about him because they didn't want anybody to know how much they liked him. So I guess it'll be a good sign potentially if they say good things about Goodson. That they don't think people are going to poach him.
Be a Goodson. Yeah.
Whoa, Strophy.
Hey, so I'm going to jump in with my whoa, Tauschi here.
Oh.
I just tweeted this because it cracks me up. And Homer brought it up, and our trivia contestant with this whole, the world is ending. It's 92 degrees. It's hot out.
I miss?
Jason's got swamp tail.
Yeah, what's going on?
Jason's got swamp tail, and the world's ending. It's hot. And I got crushed when I said that Wisconsin's weather, on a whole, is better than Phoenix's because Phoenix has this weather and worse from end of May until September. Today would be, it's a nice day. Let's go and play golf. It's 95 degrees. This is their life, and we're freaking out about it? This reiterates my point more about, dry heat.
You said that earlier.
This reiterates my point. Wisconsin's weather, on the whole, is better than Phoenix's.
Today's unpleasant warmth underscores how right you were about the weather in Wisconsin on the whole. Is that your hypothesis?
Yes. And by the way, this is not to be hyperbolic, and this is not to be prisoner of the moment-ish. This may go down as one of the great summers in the history of Wisconsin weather-wise.
You spent half of it in Europe.
I study the weather, though.
Know?
Has it not been unbelievable?
Meteorologist Tausch.
You have not been rained on a ton.
That's true.
You've gotten enough rain that you're not Drought City, USA. But you have been able to enjoy beautiful days, probably 4 or 5 out of 7 days a week consistently. Your weekends have been gorgeous. What else are you at? Somebody tell me a better summer.
It's a good take.
All right, you're definitely probably being a prisoner of the moment a little bit, but I can't refute you. I think you're right.
It's been an unbelievable summer.
I got no complaints. especially the last couple weeks that you missed. Strophe, whoa, Tausch.
Whoa, Strophe.
Last one for you fellas, August 23rd. You know I love me some National Day calendar. It is National Cubano Day, Cubano the sandwich, which I would rank in my power rankings of hot sandwiches number 2, behind only the Reuben. Tausch, what is your go-to or favorite hot sandwich? Has to be hot. I don't want you saying a club or something is the best sandwich. What's the best hot sandwich?
Boy, I should have known that this was coming. I was not just to say this because Justin's up there with Jason. That pepperoni melt from Cousins is a great sub. It's a great hot sub. I do love the Cubano as well, but it has to have the good pickle, and it has to have the spicy mustard.
Has to be a good mustard. You're totally right.
If the mustard isn't there, it's dried out, I'm out. So, on the whole, I think I'm going to go with, anything that there's not going to be a lot of hot sandwiches Old T doesn't like.
That's fair. I'm with you on that. Now, I will say, I've noticed as I get older, as I grow up, I'm spending more and more time in the mustard aisle at the grocery store. I'm 24, Jason. I spent like 20 minutes in the mustard aisle the other day, just staring at mustards. I don't know if that's strange or me just becoming an old man. But anyway, Jason, your favorite hot sandwich.
Pardon me, do you have any Grey Poupon? All right, first of all, Cubano, way too much stuff on it. I don't like mustard. I don't want my pickles on my sandwich. I'm out. The Reuben, you got your horseradish, you've got your mustard, you got your sauerkraut, you got your cheese. I'm out. And I love corned beef. Plain corned beef sandwich, count me in. But and Tausch stole my thunder a little bit because Cousins has their steak sandwich, which I really, really like. I actually get the 15-inch, the longer one, because I like it so much. You get a little double meat on there, get rid of the cheese, put a little ketchup on it. Perfect for me. That's my winner. No question.
You have the taste buds of an 8-year-old.
No, don't say that.
You just said you don't like mustard.
Well, because I don't like mustard or mayo or a variety of aiolis. Just because I don't like condiments doesn't mean I'm a child.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go get a corn dog now. All right, that's it for Whoa Strophe. We do have some, what is this, 7-on-7? I thought we don't do 7-on-7 around here. I guess this is sort of one-on-ones. We've got all 4 quarterbacks, including one of the coaches throwing. But we do at least have some competitive drills going. We will update you on that. Hopefully we'll get a little 11-on-11 before we leave. That's next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
Hey, it's ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde, and for years and years, I've been telling you about Boucher Automotive and how they ride with us and you every mile. But over the past year, Boucher has been hard at work improving their sales processes, expanding and remodeling their facilities, and investing in new technology and continuing their commitment to better serving their customers, their employees, and their community. And that's why at Boucher, when their customers leave the dealership, they hope they've made a customer for life. With 20 locations throughout southeastern Wisconsin and 30 brands, they've got thousands of new and used vehicles for you to choose from. They are proud to be your Wisconsin family dealership group since 1977. So check them out at Boucher.com.
The next era
Jordan knows he has all the support around him.
is here.
I know he's excited. I know his teammates are excited for him. I can promise you, everybody wants him to have a lot of success this year.
Jordan Love's first training camp as QB1 is underway.
Being a Green Bay Packer, there's always very high expectations, and nothing changes. I look at it as a fresh start.
Keep it right here all throughout camp as we react to every practice rep happening in Green Bay. We are Milwaukee's home to talk green and gold. 94.5 ESPN.
Coffee drinkers and Jen, Gabe, and Chewy fans, unite! Join JGC and 1848 Coffee in New Berlin for Customer Appreciation Day this Friday. Stop by for free drip coffee and cold brew from 7 a.m. until noon. Plus, check out Jen, Gabe, and Chewy broadcasting live from 7 to 9. NASCAR drivers Ty Majeski and Ben Rhodes will be along for the ride all morning long as well, signing autographs and taking photos. Make sure you get in early. The first 50 people receive a free race shirt. Plus, you can enter to win free coffee for a year. Stop by 1848 Coffee in New Berlin on Friday for Customer Appreciation Day.
Let's get the latest from Lambeau. This is your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. Want that mirror finish on your car? You need Z-Gloss by Z-Bart. Z-Gloss is a 3-layer ceramic coating that not only gives your car that mirror finish, it protects it from everything that Mother Nature can throw at it. Visit zbart.com for more information.
Another preseason game down for the Packers, a home loss to the Patriots in the game that did end early due to a Patriots player being carted off. As for the football, Jordan Love making the most of his time, his second start this preseason. He finished 5 of 8 for 84 yards and a touchdown to Jaden Reed. So is he ready for the opener in Chicago in a couple of weeks?
I think I'm definitely ready for week 1 and carry on throughout the season. I think these first 2 games were a lot of good work, obviously getting the practice in with Cincy and with the Patriots as well. But I think playing in that last game would just be getting more reps.
This has been your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee.
A cat store!
Want to go see it?
Yeah!
Let's finally bring your mom's Illinois family a true taste of Wisconsin.
Right off I-94 in Kenosha, Mars Cheese Castle is a Wisconsin landmark. Along with over 1,000 cheeses, Mars has a meat market, bakery, bar, and restaurant. Spreads, curds, sausages, Kringles. Make Mars Cheese Castle a lunch stop and enjoy the best grilled cheese or Reuben on the planet. Make today your day to go to Mars.
Yeah!
Exit 340 in Kenosha.
No matter how large or small your digging project may be, no matter how urban or rural, you must always call 811 before any digging project. 811 is our national one-call number, alerting your local utility companies to come out and mark any lines they have near your dig site. So before you do this or this, make sure you do this. For digging projects big or small, make the call to 811, brought to you by Common Ground Alliance.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka produced in Austin, Texas, and naturally gluten-free. Tito's Handmade Vodka.
We have our first 11 on 11 snap right now, just as we're wrapping up the show. So thank you, Matt LaFleur, for following that script. But Tausch, while we were away, we had one of those kind of hold your breath moments with Christian Watson.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you had these kind of moments as a player or as a teammate or to you personally, but he was running a route against Rasul Douglas. He turned awkwardly, went down to the turf, and then he was clearly in some initial pain and very slow to get up and then limping. First waved off the trainers, then Matt LaFleur went to check on him, then a trainer went over by him, but he was on the field for that first 11 on 11 snap, which was just a handoff to Aaron Jones anyway. But my question is those moments between when it happens and when you see it back in the lineup, those are a little nerve-wracking, especially when it's somebody that, as you've said, has the kind of talent that could someday be on the cover of Madden. I'm guessing that his teammates were nervous, and he was definitely nervous as he was limping around.
Yeah, I think anytime you see one of your studs or one of your who you're expecting to be one of your key players go down, you just hope. But players move on. You can't sit there and you'll ask the trainers afterwards, is he all right? Is things okay? And usually they are. But when they're not, yeah, it's a gut punch for the person, and B, you selfishly look at it from, well, this is going to hurt the team a bunch. So you never want to see any of that, but unfortunately, you play long enough, it's going to happen to almost everybody, and you hope for the best in those situations. And it's good to see Christian get back up and go, because again, you're right at the finish line and you want to get through it.
The good news is he is still taking part in this 11 on 11 period, so that is encouraging for him. Looks to me like Rasheed Walker is at left tackle again. He's got his jersey pulled up. He's 63, Yash is 73. A little hard to tell. Maybe it's Yash out there, but Again, they're
D-Bach
still
dressed?
moving
Is
guys
D-Bach
around. No,
dressed?
D-Bach is not taking part. It's too hot.
He is God. D-Bach. He might be out Lamborghini in the Lamborghini.
He's still trying to figure out which vehicle he is. I used that with him during the offseason, but it's true. And they definitely need to do it with him because he's that important. All right, that's it for us today on the show. Practice is scheduled to go till 1 o'clock. Your guy, Tyler Goodson's still going through the paces over here, Strofe, so hopefully he will continue to improve and make your roster and make you happy. All right, that's it for us today. We will do it again tomorrow. Tausch, don't let me forget to talk about Jaden Reed tomorrow. I think I've been derelict in my duties. He's had a good camp. He's an impressive kid, and I don't think we've talked about him enough. So let's fix that tomorrow.
Sounds good.
That's it for us today. Have a great day. Take care. Be good.
Miss any of today's episode of Wilde and Tausch? Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin? Commercial-free full show podcasts are available free on Wisconsin On Demand.
Juniper Pools is kicking off football season in a big way this year. Purchase a spa between July 29th and August 31st, and you win when our team wins. If the green and gold win the big game, you'll receive your hot tub purchase for free. If they win the division, you get $1,000 back, and if they make the wild card playoff game, you score a $250 in-store gift card. For complete promotional terms and conditions, visit poolpeople.com. Get ready to relax and back the green and gold this season with Juniper Pools on West Wisconsin Avenue by Costco in Appleton.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for my friends at Kohler Services. Treat yourself to a new shower this summer. Kohler Services is a local end-to-end bath and shower design and remodel service brought to you by Kohler, a family-owned in Wisconsin for 150 years. Kohler is the only manufacturer offering fast, professional installation and care for life. Start enjoying your bath or shower right now with a special offer. Visit kswisconsin.com to request your free quote and tell them that I sent you over. Again, that's kswisconsin.com.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin present your Badger Minute. Here's Alex Strofe.
This Badger Minute brought to you by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Proudly serving Wisconsin for over 90 years. Hop in or hop online at uwcu.org to join. Former Wisconsin linebacker Nick Herbig is making his impact in his first year as a Pittsburgh Steeler. In this past weekend's preseason game against the Buffalo Bills, Herbig had 3 tackles, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin, when he was asked about the 4th-round picks coming out party this preseason.
You know, we like doing business with Wisconsin, man. Just schematically, it's the same thing that made us comfortable when we drafted TJ and Loudermilk and Benton. And so I can't tell you that I'm overly shocked at what we're seeing from him.
Bundle a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens for as low as $188 per month at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin at PellaWI.com.
Hey, Greg Scalzo here. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Former USC star running back Reggie Bush will file a defamation lawsuit against the NCAA today. According to his lawyers, suit alleges the NCAA defamed Bush when it issued a statement in July 2021 to multiple media outlets, responding to an inquiry about the possibility of Bush having his records and participation restored in light to changes to NIL rules that went into effect earlier that month. The NBPA will file a grievance disputing the NBA's $100,000 fine handed to 76ers guard James Harden over public comments he made earlier this month in China, expressing his dissatisfaction after the team failed to trade him. The NBPA said it doesn't think what Harden said violated the rule against public trade demands. White Sox say they hope to have a single decision-maker leading baseball operations by the end of the season, following the firings of Executive Vice President Ken Williams and GM Rick Hahn.
This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. Plus, you can listen and watch on the ESPN app.
Don't hold your breath if you're expecting Jonathan Taylor in Dallas, but that doesn't really matter. It's Canty and Carlin in for Greeny. ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80, and of course on the ESPN app, presented by Progressive Insurance. Christopher McCarthy, Canty, good morning.
What's up, big fella?
Oh, we are ready to roll, and we are ready to get into some Dallas Cowboys football.
only one place to start.
Breaking news, ESPN's Adam Schefter is reporting the Colts have given All-Pro running back Jonathan Taylor permission to seek a trade.
It's not like they're looking to just unload him.
The Colts have just spent half a year telling Jonathan Taylor he's not worth the money.
And Jerry Jones basically said as much yesterday, Canty. The Cowboys owner came out and said, we're good with where our running back situation is right now. I get where he's coming from, because Tony Pollard and, Deuce Vaughn, that could be a potent enough group to get the job done as far as running the football. Would Jonathan Taylor take their offense to the next level? Of course he would, but there is too much lying in front of the Cowboys financially to justify making the same mistake twice, what they did with Ezekiel Elliott a few years ago. But ultimately, I don't even know that Jonathan Taylor would make the difference in the Cowboys season.
Oh, see, that's where you and I differ. I think Jonathan Taylor could be the difference between the Cowboys being on the outside looking into the playoffs and them competing for the NFC East title. That's how good Jonathan Taylor is. Remember, 2 years ago, this guy was an MVP candidate, 2,200 yards from scrimmage. The Dallas Cowboys need that bell cow running back. Right now, they just don't have that dude. Malik Davis, Rico Dowdell, Deuce Vaughn, Tony Pollard, those ain't the guys, man. They're not. People take Ezekiel Elliott for granted, and I get it. Zeke didn't have eye-popping numbers last year, but you know what Zeke did have? A lot of touches. 231 rush attempts. 231 rush attempts by Ezekiel Elliott. He was the only running back that was north of 200 rush attempts on the Cowboys roster, Tony Pollard included. So the fact that that guy is walking out of his door, a guy that took roughly 45% of your rush attempts with him to the Patriots, you got to find a way to be able to offset that production, and I'm not sure they have the guy in-house to be able to do it. That's why the Jonathan Taylor of it all is fascinating. Now, Jerry said that he would never say never, but it's hard to envision Jerry Jones finding the money to pay Jonathan Taylor when Jerry Jones over the next couple of years has got to find money to pay a lot of other guys on his team. Big fella, here are some of the notable expiring contracts that the Dallas Cowboys have over the next 2 seasons. Are you ready? Tony Pollard, Tyron Smith, Terrence Steele, Trevon Diggs, well, they just got the Diggs deal done, Stephon Gilmore, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Zach Martin, they've just put a Band-Aid on it for the next 2 years, Brandon Cooks, DeMarcus Lawrence. That's not to mention Micah Parsons, who's probably going to get more money than everybody on that list not named Dak Prescott. So, to me, it's one of those things that it would be hard to figure out, but if they were able to do it, then you're talking about the Cowboys, in my opinion, being a true title contender. Right now, on its face, I don't see that team being in that stratosphere.
Well, we've been talking about the Cowboys being a title contender here for quite some time, and they have never gotten over the hump. Now, number one, on the Tony Pollard front, am I skeptical that he can be a bell cow? A little bit, but not off the charts. It's not like this is a guy that had under 100 carries last year. He had almost 200. I think he ended up around 190, 195, something like that.
And he also ended up hurt at the end of the year.
I understand, but it was the end of the year, and he still played 16 games. And secondly, you can't do this again, right? Because of everybody that you just said, you can't do this again. You can't make the Zeke mistake, because you and I have both talked at length about how that put them behind the 8 ball. Now, whether or not you believe that Jonathan Taylor would actually determine whether the Cowboys would win a Super Bowl or not, Chris, at this point, he's not going to be there, and the Cowboys season, to me, is 100% going to be determined by the head coach. I have been thinking about this for a few weeks here, okay? You and I have talked about the shortcomings of Mike McCarthy and the issues that come with Dak Prescott now with a new offensive coordinator. I got to read you this quote from Dak yesterday to USA Today. You ready?
I'm ready.
The whole offense is super detailed. Everybody understands why a play is being called and where they are supposed to be. That is allowing not only me to play fast, but all of us to play fast, and for him to feel comfortable calling whatever he wants or calling our best plays. I'm sorry. Were you not able to play fast before under Kellen Moore? Did everybody not know where they were supposed to be in years past with Kellen Moore? That doesn't remotely feel like that was the case. So, Chris, when I look at Mike McCarthy's history, yeah, he's won a Super Bowl, but let's be honest, he hasn't called an offense without Aaron Rodgers in it. And now he's going to have problems enough with managing the clock. I mean, there are times when he can't even see the clock as far as the play clock. And now we're going to put this on his plate, too. If the Cowboys come up short, I think 100% it's going to be on the head coach. And I would hate to see a situation where Jerry is going to continue to keep that guy like he did with Jason Garrett for so long because he can push him around and get what he wants.
Well, no, Jerry's not going to do that. Like, everybody has this misconception that Jerry Jones doesn't fire head coaches and all. Stop yourselves. All right? Jerry Jones moved on from Bill Parcells after I think it was 5 seasons. Jerry Jones moved on for Wade Phillips relatively early. Remember, Jerry Jones hired Jason Garrett as the offensive coordinator before he hired Wade Phillips as the head coach. So, I mean, this notion that Jerry won't move on from Mike McCarthy if things don't go according to plan this year is absolutely ridiculous.
All right, well, hang on.
Jerry ain't buying green bananas. He's not. He's trying to win a Super Bowl. So if Mike McCarthy, after he's pushed all his chips to the middle of the table, after he scapegoated Kellen Moore and fired him and said he's going to take on the responsibilities of calling plays, Jerry Jones is probably going to move on from Mike McCarthy if they don't go on a deep playoff run. I'm not disputing any of that. My only question, and it's not even a retort, is when do we start to blame the quarterback? When do we start to blame the quarterback? Everybody asked the question about how good Dak Prescott is. Is he elite? Is he a top 10 player at the position? Okay, that's cool. But when do we start asking the question about whether or not Dak is putting a ceiling on a team that is less than what the ultimate goal is?
Do you think he's gotten away scot-free so far in his career for not getting any of the blame?
Well, according to the career earnings he has, according to what he's been making, he has. Like I was just saying, quarterbacks that make what Dak Prescott makes find ways to overcome scenarios that are less than ideal. Like, think about the playoffs with Patrick Mahomes in the divisional round against the Jaguars. Remember we got his ankle turned?
Mm-hmm.
He found a way to win that game. That was a 3-point game in the fourth quarter against the Jags. Pat Mahomes found a way to win that game. Or how about Joe Burrow with the Tennessee Titans? Remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
You know, got sacked 9 times and found a way to win a playoff game. I mean, when you start thinking about the different, like, quarterbacks that we would consider in that elite territory, they find ways to overcome situations that are less than ideal. We have never been able to say that about Dak Prescott.
Oh, okay, but we also would say the same thing here. Good players can't overcome bad coaching. I mean, we've talked about that quite a bit, and if this is bad coaching, it's awfully difficult to get past it. Now, Dak doesn't get off scot-free. I think Dak has gotten more than his share of criticism so far. If you want to talk financially, you're right. He has gotten every dollar. But Jerry right now is holding Dak somewhat accountable because that extension that we all expected to happen at this point has not happened as of yet. So if we look at this season and we want to treat last year as somewhat of an aberration, which I think is fair, okay, he's turned the ball over as much as he did, but it's not like there is the big history of that before. I mean, the season before, it's 37-10. The injuries are something that you can point to the last 3 years. But for me, for Dak right now, if Mike McCarthy, you know, if I have to come out and say all that stuff, and basically in the midst of doing it, I'm besmirching the guy that was here before, who got a job in 8 seconds, by the way. I mean, the plane was waiting for him as soon as Jerry fired him.
Yeah.
To me, that's where this all comes down to the head coach and having to overcome. I am more confident, Chris, that Mike McCarthy is going to be an impediment to the Cowboys than something that actually helps them win.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but could you make the same argument for Dak? I think I could. People are saying that turnovers aren't in Dak's DNA, and I would ask, have you been watching football the last 2 years? Dak Prescott has 35 turnovers in his last 31 games. I keep reciting that stat ad nauseum because people don't seem to be listening. 35 turnovers in the last 31 games. Again, at what point are we looking at the quarterback as the one putting the ceiling on the team? It can't always be the head coach's fault. It was Jason Garrett's fault. He got fired. It was Mike McCarthy's fault. It was Kellen Moore's fault. At some point, we got to look at the guy that's actually under center. And I think we're getting to that territory now, and that's why Jerry Jones hadn't given him the extension. But we know something's going to have to happen with Dak over the next calendar year with the Cowboys. Either they're going to double down, or I guess in this instance triple down, because it'll be his third deal, or they're going to move on from him because he's got a $60 million cap hit in 2024. $60 million. You're not giving that kind of money. You're not allocating those cap dollars to a player at that position unless you know that guy can go out and win you a Super Bowl. I don't know how anybody on God's green earth can definitively say that about Dakota Rain Prescott. Not right now.
Canty and Carlin in for Greeny, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Your chance next at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. If the Cowboys season doesn't go right, if the Cowboys don't win the division or are not even a playoff team, as Canty has talked about, whose fault will it be? McCarthy, Dak, or someone else? 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Canty and Carlin for Greeny on ESPN Radio.
Countdown to kickoff rolls on. Only 15 days until the NFL season begins.
I don't see any Super Bowl hangover with this team.
Continuing coverage.
We got North Right Clamp, South Fox, H-Top, Pass 38, Top Gun, BXP, Sweat. Let's go.
Camp to camp, team to team. The NFL lives here. ESPN Radio.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
You want chaos? Oh, we've got chaos. Scalzo and Brust. Weekdays from 4 to 6.
Somebody was trying to tell the city of Milwaukee to shut down the radio station because Ben doesn't support the home team, and Ben didn't say anything bad about the Packers.
Do you know what this is?
All he's doing is wearing a New York Jets jersey with Aaron Rodgers on the back.
Scalzo and Brust. Weekdays 4 to 6 on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Bud Light.
Brewers action heats up with the battle against the Padres. Friday, August 25th through Sunday, August 27th. Join the crew at the Friday night series opener for Harry Potter Night, presented by Wintrust. And don't miss the game on Saturday, August 26th for a Rowdy Tellez bobblehead giveaway featuring the Brewers slugger and his pet dogs, courtesy of Toyota. Get your tickets at brewers.com/promotions.
Fisco is always there for your auto body care. When accidents happen, Fisco Auto Body on Forest Home in Franklin is there when you need them. Got a broken mirror? They'll take care of it. Dented bumper? Scratch paint? Fisco Auto Body will take care of it. If there's any damage you need fixed, Fisco has you covered. Their expert workmanship is guaranteed for the life of your vehicle. So stop in for all of your auto bumps and dings. Once again, you know the line. That's Fisco.
I'm Tony Burrell, Superintendent of the Wisconsin State Patrol. Public safety is our primary mission. Every day, our troopers and inspectors work hard to keep people and commerce moving safely. But drivers need to do their part. That means following these simple rules. Buckle up, phones down, slow down. Thanks for helping us move towards 0 deaths on Wisconsin roads.
A life-saving message sponsored by the U.S. and Wisconsin DOTs.
Buckle up. It's all systems go at Potawatomi. Plug in to high wattage play and you could win an all-electric BMW i7. Play now through September with your club card. Prize drawings on Thursdays. There's a shocking $800,000 in total prizes on the line, including the luxury BMW i7. It's time to electrify your drive. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. More info at paysbig.com/BMW. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Here in Wisconsin, one name is synonymous with fantastic frozen pizza, Palermo's. For almost 60 years, Palermo's has focused on feeding Wisconsin families. And though Palermo's has grown a lot since 1964, they're still family-owned. They're still proud to call Milwaukee home. And they're still committed to making the best frozen pizza possible. From their new and improved rising crust pizzas to their guilt-free Primo thin pies, Palermo's has a delicious slice for every appetite. Find Palermo's in your local grocer's freezer food aisle. Palermo's, flavor is our family's business.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality Men's Health. Guys, did you know that the stored belly fat reduces your free testosterone? The more the belly grows, the harder it is to drop, mostly because of the decrease in free T. It's a vicious cycle that men are losing, and unfortunately, everyone can see it. Mentality breaks that cycle with semaglutide, an industry-changing weight loss medication that can help you lose up to 15% of your body weight while preserving your testosterone. Join our over 20,000 clients to look and feel the way you deserve. In Milwaukee, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
Gabe, where do you think our group should be taking our golf trip next year?
Jason, I don't know. Do you have time to figure it all out and get all the reservations made? I certainly don't.
Not really. I mean, I'm so busy. If I only knew somebody to call that might do all the work for us.
Oh, I know about Wisconsin Golf Trips. Their main business is booking groups from around the world to play all the great courses in our state, but they're now doing outbound trips for groups each year to places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Nevada. Plus, Wisconsin Golf Trips is even booking custom packages for Scotland and Ireland.
Oh, wow. Let's hit them up.
WisconsinGolfTrips.com.
It's ESPN Milwaukee's Jen Latta, and I have told you about the delicious pizza and Italian snacks that you can find at Proof Pizza inside St. Kate the Arts Hotel. But now there's even more to be excited about. The restaurant has added new sandwiches to the menu. Available every day from 11 to 4, you can enjoy items like the Red Rock Chicken BLT, the Meatball Hero, and more. Order from the counter at Proof or directly from the bar at St. Kate. Explore the new sandwiches and the rest of the menu at proofpizzamke.com.
Take your career to the next level with Carroll University's Master in Business Administration program. The MBA program combines the flexibility of hybrid learning with real-world collaboration as industry leaders show you how to thrive in the field. With 3 targeted MBA tracks, expert faculty, and a reputation for business excellence, Carroll puts you in the best position to succeed. Apply now and start in the fall at carrollu.edu/MBA.
What can you do in about an hour? You could take a nap, do some cleaning, have lunch with a friend, watch your favorite show, take a yoga class, go to the gym, or buy a car. At Ewald Automotive, you'll be in and out in about an hour. Go to ewaldauto.com, select the vehicle you're interested in, and get your instant price. Get a firm trade-in offer, customize your payment option, and even add your own protection plans. Then head to the dealership, and you'll be in and out in about an hour.
Go to ewaldauto.com.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam, ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Show podcasts, team-centric feeds, and listening live whenever, wherever. All of that in the palm of your hand. The Wisconsin On Demand app, available in the Apple or Android App Store.
Prescott, end zone touchdown, Dallas. His stats are deserving of him being at least top 10.
We all believe in Dak Prescott.
Touchdown, Dak Prescott.
The thing that impressed me most about Prescott was his leadership.
I just want to be great. That's what I do each and every day, to take another step to being that.
If things go sideways, will it be Dak's fault or Mike McCarthy's fault? 888-SAY-ESPN. Canty, Carlin. in for Greeny, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. The opportunity is there for you right now with the lines open at 888-729-3776. Let's open it up. Muhammad starting us off today on ESPN Radio. Muhammad, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, man? Thanks for taking my call, guys. Listen, when it comes to Dak and the Cowboys, Dak he's been, gotten his fair share of, the pressure. So we can't really say he's gotten away scot-free. And when you bring up his contract, it's like we can't really use that as a bar because when it comes time for quarterbacks to get paid, teams are kind of handcuffed. They have to pay them or they don't have a quarterback. And if you don't have a quarterback, then you might as well not, so he got what he deserved at the time, right? But when it comes to our, when we look at the Super Bowl champions, the head coach is normally a strength, right? So when this team doesn't achieve, we have to look at McCarthy and say it's because the head coach wasn't a strength of the Super Bowl, of the team. You know what I mean? That's all I want to say. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Well, Muhammad, I'm not saying that Dak didn't deserve the contract. First and foremost, I want every player to get as much money as they possibly can just because I know how hard it is to get to the NFL and how hard it is to stay in the NFL. I played over a decade in this league. I want guys to win at the bank. No question about it. My only point in bringing up the contract is that when you get paid to the level that Dak has been paid, it comes with a different degree of scrutiny. And a big part of why teams give guys those kinds of contracts, why you're dead on arrival if you don't have a quarterback, is because you have no shot of winning a Super Bowl unless you have competent quarterback play. Not in today's NFL. It just ain't possible. And what I'm simply pointing out with Dak Prescott is everything is ideal. Everything is set up for him to win now. We talked about the contracts that they have expiring over the next 2 years. It ain't going to get better for Dak in terms of a supporting cast for the foreseeable future. If they don't get it done now, when is it ever going to happen for the Cowboys with Dak Prescott as their quarterback?
Listen, Chris, I'm sorry, the contract is fair to bring up. As much as you and I disagree on where this is going this year, if the contract doesn't matter, why hasn't Jerry not given him another one already? If the contract doesn't play into that.
That's the other part of the game. Yeah.
Like they are, to his point, to Muhammad's point, they are willing right now to leave the quarterback position somewhat in limbo, not sure about his situation yet. Now, having said that, the coach's job here is also to put his players in the best possible situation to succeed, and I don't have confidence that Mike McCarthy is going to do that. Luke is up next, ESPN Radio. Luke, what do you got, bud?
Hi, yes. I'm calling from Missouri. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, brother.
I just wanted to point out that we talk about Mike McCarthy, and I'm not too confident in him calling plays myself, but Dak Prescott, he's got to be the one that takes some of the blame here. You look at guys like Jared Goff and Kirk Cousins, you're always questioning their ability. But then you look at their QBRs, and they're just as good, if not better, than Dak's over the last 6 to 8 years. So that's my take on the whole situation.
Listen, with Jared Goff, you can point to that with the Lions and what he did last year, and I think that we all kind of overlook how well he played. But all I know about Jared Goff is the guy that's regarded as the smartest coach offensively in the league. Couldn't wait to get rid of him. Couldn't wait to get rid of him.
That's a fair point.
And Chris, I'll tell you this, talking to people out there around the Rams, a lot of times it was, you're going to the line of scrimmage, Jared. How many times can I give you the answer to the test?
That's but I think that's where we have to recalibrate our bar for Dak Prescott, because we all thought after he unseated Tony Romo as a starter in Dallas that it was going to be this rocket ship and Dak would be largely an elite quarterback because, the quarterback that he supplanted was on the verge of being an elite guy, at least from a production standpoint. And so because it hasn't looked like that, because we now live in a world where he's the second best quarterback in the division, it's left a lot of us wondering whether or not the potential for Dak Prescott is tapped out, whether or not we've seen the best from Dak Prescott. I mean, we're talking about a guy going into year 9? Dak Prescott? I mean, he's got 2 4,000-yard passing seasons in his 8 years in the National Football League. For context, Kirk Cousins, 7 of the last 8 years have been 4,000-yard passing seasons. Now, I'm not saying that, Kirk is a better quarterback than Dak, but I think they're of the same ilk. And the question is, can that guy win you a Super Bowl? And if he can't, then does that open the door for the Cowboys to consider other options next offseason if they fall drastically short?
Chris Carlin, Chris Canty, in for Greeny on ESPN Radio. Kent in Virginia is up next on the line. Kent, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
Great.
I blame it on the head coach because when Mike McCarthy knew he was going to take this job, he should, first season, and looked at what the overall what the problem was with Dak, and find out what was going on, and should have straightened it out there and then.
Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. I mean, Chris, Dak already had the contract at that point, if I'm not mistaken, when Mike McCarthy took over.
Yeah,
So
he already had the deal, yeah.
there was no, let me fix this, and I'll get this whole thing straightened out right now as I come in the door. No. As much as I want to pin it on McCarthy, whatever that was, and trying to get it fixed with Dak, the turnovers, that part I cannot argue is absolutely on Dak.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I think if the Cowboys fall flat this upcoming season, Mike McCarthy's out of there. That's not debated. McCarthy told us that this was a make-or-break year when he got rid of Kellen Moore. And as you mentioned before, Kellen Moore had a job in less than 24 hours being the OC of the Chargers.
Yeah.
So that tells you what the rest of the National Football League thinks about Kellen Moore. Mike McCarthy says if he's going to go down, he's going to go down his way, not Kellen Moore's way. Okay, that's the scenario. That's how things are set up in Dallas in 2023. What I'm simply saying is this. Depending on what it looks like, and I do believe context matters, not only could we talk about the Cowboys finding a new head coach in 2024 if they fall short of the goal, but we could be talking about them finding a new quarterback.
How about Kyler up next on ESPN Radio? Kyler, what do you say?
Hey, guys, I think everyone's got it twisted. I think it's a very simple answer. I think the person to blame and the only person to blame is going to be Jerry Jones for accepting mediocrity. I mean, he's done it his whole career. I mean, Coach Jimmy won him a Super Bowl. He let him go because he wanted the credit for it. So his whole career, all he's done is accepted mediocrity with that, letting Jason Garrett have it because he just liked him as a person. I mean, Dak is just mediocre. He's not trying to address that. And now with Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore, I mean, the only person to blame is Jerry Jones.
Look, Jerry deserves a lot of blame because winning hasn't been important to Jerry. Winning Jerry's way has been important to Jerry, Chris.
Yeah, it has been, and look where it's gotten them.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about early playoff exit after early playoff exit after early playoff exit. They won a playoff game last year. Okay, great. You beat a team that won a division with a sub-500 record. Congratulations. You got that done, and then you got blasted when you went up against a team in the San Francisco 49ers that is actually a true title contender. But just look at what happened to San Francisco when they got to the conference championship game against the Eagles. And that's the team that is the bar for the Dallas Cowboys, the Philadelphia Eagles. They ain't going nowhere. There's a reason why Philly is the favorite to win. Right now, Philly is minus 125 in the odds to win the NFC East. Now, the Cowboys ain't far behind at plus 165, but I think we would both agree that the gap is bigger than the odds would suggest between where Philadelphia is and where Dallas is. And it's not only just the head coach that's the difference, but it's also the quarterback. And therein lies my problem with Dak Prescott.
Josh, next, ESPN Radio. Josh, what do you say?
Oh, guys, I'm so tired of Dak Prescott apologists. I mean, they're like...
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh. Preach, brother.
If there is one organization that does not operate in the realm of reality and a fan base as well, it is the Dallas Cowboys. Every year they're going to win the Super Bowl, and every year they fall flat on their face. And they refuse to understand why, because you got crap quarterback play. Your quarterback throws interceptions. Your quarterback disappears in big games. They got a guy on their roster right behind him who probably would win more games this year than Dak Prescott, but they're not paying him, so Jerry doesn't want to play him. But if Dak plays bad this year, it'll be Mike McCarthy who loses his job. And I think McCarthy knows that, and I'd be interested to see how long he lets Dak go on if he struggles early, and if he doesn't just go to Cooper Rush just because at least then I think he gives you a better chance to win.
There's no doubt Dak has to play better. There's no doubt the interceptions and the turnovers have to get better. But this is not about being an apologist for Dak. This is about two guys between McCarthy and Dak, for me, who are not necessarily ideal, but I got to pick one that I think is going to be a bigger problem. And I think McCarthy's going to be a bigger problem. Canty, if you ask me, hey, do you want salad or Brussels sprouts? I'll take the salad, because Brussels sprouts really suck. I really want no part of them. But I'm not lining up to take either one of them right away.
I mean, when you're asking the question, who's the bigger problem, McCarthy or Dak, the answer is yes. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. The answer is yes. Both of them are a problem. I mean, if you have a head coach that's a good coach, but your quarterback can't go out there and execute, or your quarterback can't stop throwing the ball to the other team, that is a problem. If you have a good quarterback, but the head coach don't know how to dial up the plays, he doesn't know how to attack defensive schemes and take advantage of matchups, then that's a problem. So it's all they're both issues, and unfortunately for the Cowboys, they're stuck with these two guys trying to figure out how they can get on the other side of the shortcomings they've had in back-to-back playoff appearances. They've had good regular season success. They won 24 regular season games over the last 2 years. But that has never been the goal for Jerry Jones. It's not putting together a team that can have really good regular seasons. It's putting together a team that can compete with the Eagles, that can compete with the 49ers, that's on par with the best teams in the AFC, including the Chiefs, because the goal is to try to win a Super Bowl. And the Cowboys aren't anywhere close to that right now, regardless of how great their defense is. And here's the other thing. We keep talking about this team and how good they are. The defense is legit. I'm not taking away from the defense. Mm-hmm. But I do think it's worth pointing out that that defense has masked a lot of ills for this team through being able to create takeaways. They have. That defense led the league in turnovers the past 2 years. The last defense to do that, lead the league in turnovers year over year, was the 1973-74 Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wow.
The Steelers. They had 3 different guys that won Defensive Players of the Year. I think they had 5 Hall of Famers on that defense.
Forcing turnovers is a tremendous deodorant.
But that's my point, though.
Yeah.
Like, how much longer can you depend on that? I know that that's a characteristic of this defense, but how much longer can you depend on your defense being able to create that amount of takeaways to cover up all the other problems that your team has had? That's why I look at the Dallas Cowboys as a team that could potentially regress this year, because of what's going on the past couple of years and how it's setting up and how the head coach and the quarterback have more pressure on them than they have at any time over the McCarthy era.
You mentioned the gap between the Cowboys and the Eagles. Somebody doesn't think that gap is so wide. We get to that in 30 seconds. It's Canty and Carlin in for Greeny on ESPN Radio. AutoZone has the free services you need to help you get back on the road, like their free AutoZone Fix Finder service. The AutoZone Fix Finder service not only identifies the check engine light code, but it also helps identify the most likely cause of the check engine light being on. The information provided by the free AutoZone Fix Finder service is verified by data from over 5.5 million ASE certified technicians. With over 5,600 locations nationwide, AutoZone is here to help you save time and money with their free services. Getting the job done just got easier. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Canty, Bill Barnwell has written a couple of articles this week that were particularly interesting. Bill always writes great stuff, and he delves into the analytics, stuff like that. But his results on some of these predictions that he has made have been very strong over the years. We saw the 4 teams most likely to improve that he wrote about earlier in the week. Well, today on ESPN Plus, he writes about the 4 teams that are most likely to decline this year. Now, just to show you how much credence this deserves, over the last 6 years, he has named 30 teams in this particular column, okay? The teams most likely to decline, 24 of those teams declined in wins, 80%. So Bill knows what he's talking about here, all right? The 4 teams that he picks, the Eagles, the Giants, the Steelers, and the Vikings. The Eagles, Chris, he expects to fall back a little bit this season. And that one, I just do not see.
Well, yeah, but I mean, even if the Eagles fall back 3 games, they go from being 14-3 to 11-6. That's probably still good enough to win their division. You picking up what I'm putting down? Like, Philadelphia is still a good team.
It makes it a heck of a lot more interesting. That's for sure.
And Philadelphia, they have title aspirations, so it's just a matter of checking the box, winning the division. I mean, would you like to have the number 1 seed and advance to the divisional round without having to play a playoff game? Sure. But I don't think anybody's looking at this Eagles roster and saying they can't win 4 straight playoff games and get a world title. Like, they have the ability to do that on both sides of the ball. I do think there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve when it comes to having 2 new play callers, because you got a new offensive coordinator and you got a new defensive coordinator. So I think there'll be adjustments for players on both sides of the ball. But they have a really good head coach in Nick Sirianni, and they got a really good quarterback in Jalen Hurts that I believe, dare I say, is going to improve from what we saw last year.
Chris, the team that I could not agree with him more about is the Giants. I think the Giants are taking a step back this year. This felt like one of those years last year with Brian Daboll where he got the most out of what he had. They had an incredibly favorable schedule, something they do not have this year, and they were 9-7-1 with a -point differential. I think the Giants are going to fall back here. I couldn't be more in lockstep with Bill on that.
Yeah, and Bill talks about how many one-score games that they won last year. I mean, 8 of their 9 regular season wins were one-score games. So, I mean, I get that part of it, but at the same time, you can make the argument that good coaching is what allows you to have success in situations that decide those closely contested ball games. Like being good in the red area, being good on 3rd down, being good in the half, in the game in 2 minutes. Taking care of the football, which is something that Daniel Jones did last year much better than his first 3 years as a pro. I think those are all foundational elements of Brian Daboll and Joe Shane's tenure. You know, I think that's who they want this team to be. That's going to be the Giants' identity, and I think Daniel Jones is going to build on that, being in the same system for a second year for the first time in his career. It's going to be the same system that he's in last year, this year. Same play call that he had last year, this year. It's the first time that's happened in Daniel Jones' career. So I do think there's an opportunity for him to build on what we saw last year, because he can, his knowledge base in that system is going to be so much better. So I'm more bullish on the Giants this year than Bill Barnwell suggests through this article.
If there's one thing that we have talked about that we absolutely love seeing, Canty, it's awkward. And we saw a whole nother dose of awkward last night on TV in relation to one of our sports teams. We'll get to that in just a moment. It's Canty and Carlin on ESPN Radio.
Camp to camp, every rep, team to team.
It's on this field where fortunes are made or lost.
Continuing coverage. The countdown to kickoff rolls on. Only 15 days until the NFL season begins.
Yeah, I like football season and all the things that go with it.
The NFL lives here. ESPN Radio.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at NordVPN.com.
Let's face it, talking about life insurance is never easy. But after we watched a close friend lose her husband with no insurance, we decided that wasn't going to happen to our family.
Yeah, but shopping for life insurance can be almost as difficult as talking about it.
But then we heard about Ethos Life Insurance. They're a new kind of life insurance, built for people on a busy schedule who don't have time for unnecessary doctor's visits, fine print, or hidden fees. You know, who want to keep it simple.
I couldn't believe how easy it was. We answered a few basic questions, and within minutes, we had an estimate of what it would cost and what sort of policy made sense for us.
I never imagined life insurance could be so affordable.
And accessible.
The the peace of mind knowing that our future is secure, it just removes a lot of the fear around getting older and...
Yeah, the unexpected.
I'm glad we talked about it.
I'm glad we went with ethoslife.com.
Go to getethos.com now for your free estimate. That's getethos.com. Getethos.com.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
Huddle up, Milwaukee. Wilde Automotive is calling a 2-minute warning on remaining 2023s. Rush in today for Wilde's Model Year Closeout Sales Event. Shop every 2023 model at the lowest prices of the year. Score big with our low price guarantee. And go long with our 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. So make the winning play. Get to the Model Year Closeout Sales Event going on now. Go to ewaldsauto.com.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog, because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. 2020 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Heading up north this summer for some golf? Be sure to book a tee time at the Ball Golf Course, an Arnold Palmer masterpiece just north of Milwaukee on the way to Kohler. It's the best destination for your next Wisconsin round of golf. Enjoy golf. Enjoy the bog.
Everyone's gearing up for the start of the new football season for the green and gold. The anticipation is so hot it's almost melting away. And we've got your chance to see how Gouda, the new first-string QB under center, is live and in person thanks to Mars Cheese Castle. It's the Monsters of the Midway against the classic Cheeseheads in the first game of the new season. You won't believe how cheesy entering this great contest is. So fondue yourself a favor and head to Mars Cheese Castle in Kenosha now and enter to win big by scanning the QR code inside the store. Fill out the form and you're entered for the chance at a pair of tickets. Fed up with these cheese puns yet? Yes, it's true, this is not show average contest, but you cheddar hurry. You only have until September 5th to get up off your derriere to make a trip to Mars Cheese Castle in Kenosha right off the highway. Make plans to enter for this Gruyere-indeed good time. Only one fan can be crowned the Big Cheese and win these tickets, and the winner could be you. Visit ESPNWisconsinContest.com for official contest rules.
You've probably heard about employee stock ownership plans before, but what separates Fifth Third Bank from others when it comes to these plans? Fifth Third offers unmatched expertise and flexibility when creating ESOP solutions. From full and partial sales, second stage transactions, repurchase obligation financing, and seller note refinancing, ESOPs can offer tax advantages, increased liquidity, employee incentives, and overall diversification of net worth to help your company plan for the future. Fifth Third Bank, National Association, custom solutions built around your goals, member FDIC.
Juniper Pools is kicking off football season in a big way this year. Purchase a spa between July 29th and August 31st, and you win when our team wins. If the green and gold win the big game, you'll receive your hot tub purchase for free. If they win the division, you get $1,000 back, and if they make the wild card playoff game, you score a $250 in-store gift card. For complete promotional terms and conditions, visit poolpeople.com. Get ready to relax and back the green and gold this season with Juniper Pools on West Wisconsin Avenue by Costco in Appleton.
Evans Transportation is stoked for the Milwaukee baseball playoff push. After all, they're the complete player when it comes to logistics. But instead of being a 5-tool player, Evans is the ultimate 3-tool logistics partner. When manufacturers have accounting, shipping, and tracking needs, they come to Evans. And for the record, Evans is happy to leave the stuff to the real players. They'll stick to logistics. Good luck to Milwaukee from Evans and Delafield. Find them at evanstrans.com.
The summer of lower prices continues at Fleet Farm. Take Sprout Vitamin Feed Supplement for livestock. 25-pound bags, now only $19.99. And for you birders, KT Midwest Regional Blend is just $12.99 for a 7-pound bag. Plus, get 12 mega rolls of Quilted Northern Ultra for only $12.99. And enjoy Fleet Farm Beef Jerky for just $8.79 a pack. Look for new lower prices on everything you need for everyday life with price drops at Fleet Farm.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Station updates, show clips, and your place to interact with us every single day just by scrolling through your feed. Follow along on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at ESPN Milwaukee. Station updates, show clips, and your place to interact with us every single day just by scrolling through your feed. Follow along on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at ESPN Milwaukee.
There's a major holdout going on that not enough people are talking about. We're not talking about Nick Bosa. It's Canty and Carlin, ESPN Radio, in for Greeny, presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water, see how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and at Progressive.com. Patrick Mahomes is, we're talking about the Cowboys' defense and forcing turnovers being the ultimate deodorant. Patrick Mahomes makes everybody look better and hides all kinds of problems. But Chris Jones right now is holding out for the Kansas City Chiefs. And if you don't think this is a big deal, you're not paying attention. Here's a tweet yesterday from Chris Jones. So when you're going to show up because you've been playing too much on Twitter and social media, you've been an all-pro on social media during training camp, you're under contract for this year, so how much money? Man, I guess it's rough to live on $20 million a year. And Chris Jones, that was at Chris Jones that somebody sent that message. And Chris Jones replied, 8 weeks. Ooh. The Chiefs going to play 8 weeks without Chris Jones? And then, Chris, isn't that right up around the trade deadline?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's not arbitrary. Chris Jones knows exactly what he's doing because if the Kansas City Chiefs ain't going to give him his money, he's hoping that somebody else would. Now, it's early to suggest that Kansas City is going to be forced to deal him or to trade him. But if you're their GM, Brett Veach, if you're Andy Reid, how long do you allow this to be a distraction for your team? I mean, how long do you let this go on? Because Chris Jones, this guy is one of the best defensive tackles in the National Football League. I mean, think about this. He finished third in Defensive Player of the Year voting. He had 15.5 sacks last year. He had 30%. Think about this. He had 15.5 of the 55 sacks that the Kansas City Chiefs had. So this guy is 30% of your sack production. 30%. He's the only guy on the Chiefs defense that opposing offensive coordinators have to circle and say, we got to have a plan to deal with this dude. If you take Chris Jones off of that defense, they are mediocre at best, which is why it feels like it's an untenable situation to trade him. But you also recognize that the player is dug in because he's in the final year of his contract this season. So he wants more financial security. So it becomes an interesting situation that Andy Reid in Nebraska, Kansas City has to deal with. No easy answers, but to me, this is a guy that you pay so you can get on with the business of trying to defend your title.
Chris, when I think about interior defensive linemen, Chris Jones is as dominant as they come. And this is 65 career sacks we're talking about, and somebody that is still producing at a high level and just turned 29. What are we doing? This is the Chiefs. This is about a dynasty right now, and they're in the midst of the beginning of it. Why would you take away one of the centerpieces? Look at dynasties. What stay in place? The centerpieces, right? They try to work around and find other pieces when they have to. I would argue he's not only the most important player on their defense, You could argue he's the second most important player in their team, period. What are we screwing around with?
Yeah, I don't think that's hyperbole. I think that's the reality of where the Chiefs are at. So to not have this guy happy is a big problem. Now, I think they ultimately end up putting a Band-Aid on it. They pay him some money. I think they should try to work out an extension with him, but that becomes dicey just because there's a big gap between the highest paid defensive tackle, which is Aaron Donald, and the second highest paid defensive tackle, which is Quinnen Williams. One is getting around $24, $25 million a year. The other one is making north of $30 million a year. So there is a lot of gray in there, and Chris Jones is probably arguing that he's on the higher end of that pay scale, or it should be on the higher end of that pay scale. So as far as them working out a deal, I can understand how it could be sticky. But my point is this. Without Chris Jones, you're not winning a title. This is not the Tyreek Hill situation where you have another option in Travis Kelce that's going to be wearing a gold jacket to be the number one receiver for Pat Mahomes. This is not that. This is your guy on defense. And if you don't have a guy that can generate pressure, a guy that can command double teams and leave other guys that are rushing the passer one-on-one, then all of a sudden your defense isn't going to be effective when you've got to have guys that can close out the game and get stops. You win Super Bowls by having a dynamic quarterback that can elevate the play around him and having a dominant pass rush. That's how you win Super Bowls. I just don't see a path to the Chiefs winning a Super Bowl without Chris Jones, which is why there's got to be urgency to get this situation resolved in Kansas City.
Who are we talking about when you have other teams in the AFC who have gotten in better position to win this year? We're talking about, I mean, just in the division, the Chargers are a little bit better. You need Chris Jones to get after Justin Herbert? Yeah, you do. Yeah. You need Chris Jones to get after Trevor Lawrence? Absolutely. You need Chris Jones if you're getting in Joe Burrow's face, if you're going after Tua. I mean, these are all teams that have elevated themselves to get closer to you in the AFC. And when you screw around with one of the most important pieces of that, I almost think hubris kind of gets in the way a little bit. Like,
I would agree with that. I mean, Carl, just look at the conference. I mean, 9 of the 10 best quarterbacks in the National Football League are in the AFC. The only one that's not is Jalen Hurts. That's it. So, I mean, if you're going to win a title, you got to have guys that can put the quarterback on the ground, and Chris Jones, there ain't too many better at it than him.
Hey, it's Harry Douglas, and Wednesday on ESPN Radio. We're getting closer to football that counts. Let's go. We'll tell you the key storylines to keep an eye on in college football as Week 0 is here. Join us at noon on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Football season is about to kick off, and FanDuel is giving you the chance to win all season long. Visit FanDuel.com/play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hope is here. GamblingHelplineMA.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts. Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. 21 plus and present in select states. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $50 unless specified otherwise. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona. 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia.
After a tough battle, Catholic Memorial looks to get back on track. The Crusaders play host to the Marquette Hilltoppers on Friday night. Gabe Neitzel and Mike Bedole have the call starting at 6:30 right here on 94.5 ESPN. Catholic Memorial Football on 94.5 ESPN is brought to you by R&R Insurance, Gerald Nell Inc., Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, Wind Dancer Balloon Promotions, Suburban Asphalt, Perspire Sauna Studio, Home Sealed Exteriors, BC Adhesives, and Lake 5 Landscape Supply.
Experience, knowledge, and results. That's what really matters when you need help after a serious truck accident. You'll need a lawyer experienced in fighting and winning for people just like you. Gruber Law Offices has the resources, strong track record of success, and a team of experienced lawyers to take care of your needs. We've successfully helped people injured in big truck accidents for more than 35 years. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Gabe, where do you think our group should be taking our golf trip next year?
Jason, I don't know. Do you have time to figure it all out and get all the reservations made? I certainly don't.
Not really. I mean, I'm so busy. If I only knew somebody to call that might do all the work for us.
Oh, I know about Wisconsin Golf Trips. Their main business is booking groups from around the world to play all the great courses in our state, but they're now doing outbound trips for groups each year to places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Nevada. Plus, Wisconsin Golf Trips is even booking custom packages for Scotland and Ireland.
Oh, wow. Let's hit them up.
WisconsinGolfTrips.com.
Look at all this space I have on my desk. Finally, no more clutter.
I know, right? Plus, now I can actually see everyone and talk to them whenever I want.
Would you stop trying to ask people if there are more doors or wheels in the world?
Speaking of wheels, these chairs, woo!
I've never been more comfortable at work.
Coakley Brothers and Brothers Interiors, the official moving and furniture provider of GKB Milwaukee. It's time for the Milwaukee Baseball Report on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by National Liquor Mart at 16th and National in Milwaukee. Packed with the best beer, liquor, seltzer, and spring deals in town. Open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily, where your satisfaction is their plan of action.
A big weekend for the Brewers as they get a sweep in Texas of the AL West leading Texas Rangers. And it all started on Friday night with Carlos Santana making his presence known.
2-2. Santana hits one in the air, deep right. Garcia back at the track, gone! Carlos Santana, a 3-run shot, and the Brewers back on top.
Santana with 6 runs driven in the sweep of the Rangers. The Brewers enter the week still holding on to a lead over the Cubs by multiple games. They're back home to take on the Twins on Tuesday and Wednesday.
This has been the Milwaukee Baseball Report on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by National Liquor Mart.
My partners had told me I should get my knee replaced. I was in my 40s, and I decided that I wouldn't do that.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog, who found regenerative medicine years ago and became a believer.
It changed my life around. It improved me to a point where I was able to jog again.
That's when Dr. Herzog switched his focus from surgery to helping his patients with natural biologics.
I've treated at least 5,000 patients. I believe your body has everything it needs to heal itself.
Today, you'll find Dr. Herzog at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine that can give lasting pain relief with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery.
I have patients coming up to me that I did 10 years ago saying, Doc, my elbow's still working great. I'm playing tennis 3 days a week.
Call QC Kinetics now to explore alternative ways to deal with your pain. It's a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin present your Badger Minute. Here's Alex Strofe.
This Badger Minute brought to you by UW Credit Union. For every stage of life, UW Credit Union is here for every you. Proudly serving Wisconsin for over 90 years. Hop in or hop online at uwcu.org to join. Former Wisconsin linebacker Nick Herbig is making his impact in his first year as a Pittsburgh Steeler. In this past weekend's preseason game against the Buffalo Bills, Herbig had 3 tackles, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin when he was asked about the 4th-round picks coming out party this preseason.
We like doing business with Wisconsin, man. Just schematically, it's the same thing that made us comfortable when we drafted TJ and Loudermilk and Benton. And so I can't tell you that I'm overly shocked at what we're seeing from him.
Bundle a 250 series patio door and 8 double-hung windows with hidden screens for as low as $188 per month at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Former USC running back Reggie Bush filing a defamation lawsuit against the NCAA today. According to his lawyers, he claims the NCAA defamed Bush in a statement it issued to multiple media outlets in 2021 of July, including ESPN. That was in response to an inquiry about the possibility of Bush having his records and participation restored in light of changes to NIL rules that went into effect earlier that month. The NBPA plans to file a grievance to dispute the NBA's $100,000 fine given to James Harden over public comments he made earlier this month, expressing displeasure after the 76ers failed to trade him. PA says it does not believe that Harden's comments violated the rule against public trade demands. The Yankees will attempt to snap their longest losing streak in 41 years when they host the Nationals tonight. Last time New York lost 10 in a row was 1913.
This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. Plus, you can listen and watch on the ESPN app.
Would you be able to live with being awkward if you were a billionaire? My guess is yes, but why is it that we don't have one normal billionaire out there, period? It's Canty and Carlin, ESPN Radio, and on the ESPN app. They are never like us, Canty. They are never like us.
No, and we thought we saw the best of it or the worst of it, depends on how you look at it, on Monday Night Football with the Joe Buck, Josh Harris interview, you know, where he goes to shake his hand awkwardly when it's clear that Buck is just talking with his hands. But no, Woody Johnson found a way to one-up Josh Harris last night on Hard Knocks.
So if you missed it, on Hard Knocks last night, Woody Johnson comes out in front of the team, and he unzips his sweat jacket to show that he has got a diamond-encrusted, massive necklace that says Woody on it.
And, of course, the significance of that being Sauce Gardner got Aaron Rodgers the same said diamond-encrusted chain necklace with pendant when he was officially traded to Gang Green.